Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Apparently, my dogs are also welcoming you too because they just started barking, I'm sure, for absolutely no good reason at all. I'm sure there's nothing going on. Anyway, guys, I apologize for being a couple minutes late. I'm sure you can forgive me. Some people know I was literally up all night covering coronation and I did get some sleep, thank God. I might still be a little loopy. I'm just having some coffee. You know, that happens when there is a once in a generation spectacle. Sometimes you just got to suck it up. But we're still doing Socialism Saturday. We do have our priorities. We got our bourgeois in last night, or I suppose this morning, depending on how you look at it. And now we're getting our socialism to kind of balance that out. Naruto says, Superman fun fact for Socialism Saturday. On Krypton, all babies are born through machines. All the parents do is provide DNA samples. Oh, great, Naruto. That's just great. So Superman was trying to force a world of socialism on us. That makes me feel really great. I mean, I'm sure it's in like basically like every comic book and stuff like that ever. So that's another thing of nightmares, if you will. But guys, Socialism Saturday is a weekly stream that we do on my channel on Saturdays at 6 p.m. where we watch real live socialists. We are not talking about the AOC socialist. We are not talking about the Bernie Sanders socialist. We're not talking about the CNN socialist. We are talking about the real thing, the self-professed Marxists, the farthest left of the far left, and we watch them because we want to know what they're thinking and we want to know what they're talking about and we want to know what they're teaching each other. Because when you watch them from start to finish, the boring bits, the cringy bits, the bits where we have no effing idea what they're saying at all, which happens more often than you might think, and we'll talk about that in a second. When you watch the real thing from start to finish, not just the clips you see on Twitter or Fox News or any of these things, it is so much worse than you actually think it is. It is so much more dystopian than you actually think it is. And so that's what we do. We suffer so that we can understand what is really going on. But I do try to make it fun and I do try to make it a little bit of a group activity. And if this is your first Socialism Saturday, let us know in the chat that you haven't been here before. We will say welcome to you. Get ready. We're about to plunge you into the deep end of socialism. This is an advanced activity, guys. Now if you are a beginner, that's totally fine. We're going to help you through it. We're going to explain, we're going to talk about things. But what I will say is when we are watching Socialism Saturday, if you don't understand what they're saying, that's not a you problem. That's a them problem. Because what we have found, and I've been doing Socialism Saturday for like 8 months now, what we have found is that even though it might sound like they're speaking English, they're not really speaking English. They speak in code. They have developed their own language, and you will start to understand their language as you watch them. So everyone, welcome Wolfpack. Wolfpack, first time here. We're gonna pop your cherry tonight, Wolfpack. You will understand their language after you listen to them for a little while. You start to be able to decipher the code that they speak in, and we will help you through it. Okay. Kelly C is here for the first time. Welcome, Kelly. If you have questions about what is going on, put them in the chat. If you in the chat have ideas about what they're going on or what they're saying, just speak up and let us know. I will display it on the screen. It doesn't, if you're saying something really smart, you don't have to send me a super chat. Of course, I'm never going to like turn away super chats or anything. Like they're always welcome. But if you have really smart things to contribute in the chat about like what they're saying, I'll display it on the screen and we'll talk about it. I can't be the one coming up with all the good ideas here, guys. This is a team effort. And if you have ideas about where their thoughts are coming from or what they reference, let us all know so that we can all learn from this and grow together. Tracy, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it. All right, guys, we are going to be watching tonight. Now, I did try to find something related to the monarchy because you know that all. So I don't know exactly how I feel about this, but there were a whole bunch of anti-monarchist protesters that were going to protest the coronation yesterday, and they all got arrested. They carted them right off. They're like, no free speech today, protester. And I mean, the free speech absolutist in me is kind of like, probably not the best precedent to set, but the royal lover in me was like, I really didn't want to see all their damn protest signs anyway, so I don't really care that they got carted off to the police. I am taking a deeply unprincipled stance on this, and I understand that. And but the thing is, like, that half those protesters are socialists. I mean, come on. You know half of those protesters are socialists. And so I don't even like I really did try to find like a good socialist, like anti-monarchist presentation, but I couldn't pull it out for this one, so we're gonna do something else today. Maybe in the future. Yes, Tracy, absolutely. If you would like to partake in a nice sativa or indica for Socialism Saturday, that can really help. I also have a little cooler of beer down here just in case I feel like a beverage. And it does help get us because we watch long form presentations. We're not watching 20 minutes, we're not watching half an hour. We watch long form presentations. So we're going to be here for a while. The presentation that I did find for today is, well, I mean, it feels like it's an important thing to watch. Let me show you. We are going to be revisiting our favorite YouTube channel of Red May, and Red May is going to become particularly important over the next couple weeks, including tomorrow, which I'm going to tell you about in a second. But Red May is a group in Seattle that every May they do a whole bunch of presentations and panels that they stream on the internet that are the farthest left things that you can possibly imagine. Akshay confirms those protesters in the UK are probably socialists that can't stand the monarchy. And Akshay is a monarchist in the UK and a proud British royalist. So Akshay would know. So today we are partaking of another broadcast from Red May. This is from Red May in 2021, and it is called Critical Theory in the 21st Century. Now, what do they mean when they mean critical theory? When they say critical theory, what do we want to be thinking of when these people say critical theory? Maybe critical race theory, maybe critical queer theory, maybe critical gender studies, maybe critical disability studies. That all comes from the universe of critical theory, which is a Marxist school of thought. And yes, that's exactly right. The Frankfurt School. Exactly correct. The Sage Handbook of the Frankfurt School Critical Theory writes, I don't know how to pronounce that name, is and will be essential for anyone who wants to approach, study in depth, and orient oneself in that which falls under the name of critical theory. Extending the basis of the foundation of critical theory to include such thinkers as a whole bunch of names I'm not going to even bother trying to pronounce, this gives us an image of a large brush than that of a tree whose roots are planted in the city of Frankfurt alone. In this way, critical theory is deprovincialized, meaning Bolivia, I don't know how to pronounce these names, and branches out further in its encounter with contemporary social and political movement and theories, including feminism, gender dynamics of social reproduction. What do we think they mean by the term social reproduction? That's an interesting term. Through the voices of these great volumes, critical theory acquires new vitality from its dialogue with other traditions and critical discourses of capitalist modernity. Always got to be attacking capitalism. In everything they do, they got to be attacking capitalism. Don't worry, Trendle, and I'm going to hook you up in a second. I got you. Every time, as a reminder, everyone, the 4 goals of the woke left are gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, always, and usher in their Marxist utopia. So if this description doesn't sound like it actually means anything to you, you're not alone. This description of the workshop that we are about to watch, that is 2 hours and 14 minutes long, you're welcome. This description doesn't mean anything. And this is the challenge when you're watching socialism, is they will literally deliver you 19 paragraphs of complete and total word salad. But guess what? In the 20th paragraph, in sentence 3, they're actually telling you the most important thing that you need to hear in the entire presentation. Okay? So we've actually talked about this extensively on Socialism Saturday, in that we think one of their strategies is actually to bore us to death, to bore us so badly with their flowery language and their word salads and the length of their presentations that we just turn our brains off and we stop watching and we stop paying attention. Because the minute that, I promise you, this is proven true time and time again, the minute that we turn our brains off is the minute they say the effing quiet part out loud. And that quiet part is actually the only thing that matters. And that's the thing they're trying to obfuscate by being boring for the rest of it. And so consider Socialism Saturday to be a training ground. If you want to know how I went to a socialist conference and sat through the entire day of socialist presentations and didn't lose my mind, it's because I'd been training for it for 7 months, every weekend, sometimes multiple times a week, watching hours and hours of socialism, where I'm sitting here going, "I don't know what these people are saying, and it sounds crazy, and I don't really understand. Oh, that is legitimately crazy." And so this is our training program. We don't do this because it is easy. We do this because it is necessary. And we do this because what we found is that when we watch socialist presentations from but a few years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago, those presentations are the talking point of the Democratic Party today. So we're basically getting a sneak peek into the future of where the left is going and where the Democratic Party is going, and they're saying it out loud on the internet. All we need to do is sit our asses down, have a few drinks, relax among friends, and listen to what they're saying, and they will tell us what they're going to do. So that's what we're watching tonight, folks. Critical Theory in the 21st Century. This is a presentation from 2 years ago. So we might start seeing some of their ideas start to percolate today when we watch it today. Keep an eye out for that. But I have really exciting news. Who wants a double dose of socialism this week? Because Red May is upon us. Now, this might be a presentation from 2 years ago of Red May, but guess what, guys? Red May is starting again. And Red May is doing it live tomorrow in 19 hours, in fact. And they are going to be streaming their live socialist content on the internet for us to snipe that stream and watch it live. Bot is already in their chat. Bot is already taking over their chat. Socialists really don't like it when we take over their chats, by the way. They really, really, really dislike it. But we're going to do it. We're going to do it tomorrow, which is Sunday. And this stream is getting started at 2 p.m. on Sunday. And so tomorrow, guys, tomorrow, just for you, I'm putting the link in the chat right now. Set your reminders, make sure you're getting notified. We are watching this presentation called Stepford Daughters live tomorrow. And I actually labeled this Class and Gender in Horror Movies, which might sound weird, but this actually, I think, might be a really interesting presentation. No joke. I actually think this is going to be interesting. What they're doing in this presentation, and the reason we're watching this is it features Sophie Lewis. Sophie Lewis is our favorite abolish the family socialist. She really does want to abolish the family. She's written 2 books about it. We have watched her many times. Sophie is joining the panel. It's very exciting. But this actually sounds like an interesting presentation because what they're going to do is they're going to analyze horror movies, like good horror movies, and they're going to talk to us about why those horror movies are actually socialist, which I actually think genius. Okay, genius. Let me read you the description. Capitalism and patriarchy create monsters. But inside the darkness, there lurks a strange utopia. In Stepford Daughters, Joanna Isaacson explores an emerging wave of horror films that get why class horror and gender horror must be understood together. What happens when your smile is no longer yours? Films like Heredity, The Babadook show women coming apart at the seams as the promise of both family and wage work fail them. In Get Out, we see how poor women and women of color perform the invisible labor that makes society run while experiencing domestic work as a kind of possession. In the coming of rage films such as Assassination Nation and Teeth, we can see the ways social reproduction leads to the futureless horizon, robbed of their dreams, but not of their power to resist. The heroines emerge as the monsters and Avengers we need. This is going to be awesome. Come on. This is just good fun. I'm gonna have to watch some horror. I have never seen Teeth. I've never seen Assassination of a Nation. I have seen Get Out. I have seen Heredity. So maybe I'm gonna watch those movies tonight to catch up on it because this is gonna be amazing. And this is happening live at 2 p.m. tomorrow. So I will be starting the Socialism live stream tomorrow at 1:45 p.m. You're getting our double dose of socialism. See, this is like Teeth is socialist, Get Out is socialist, but what this is going to help us do is this is going to help us to identify when socialist themes are coming up in major movies. Like, and they're going to point out, here's what this means, here's what this means, here's what this means. Like, this is actually going to be great. I'm really looking forward to it. So, guys, we will be doing extra socialism content during the month of May because Red May is in effect. They actually have been starting to schedule streams you can see on their channel. They also have another one called Palo Alto for the 11th. I need to look into that one a little bit more, but they're going to be doing this all month. So we might have some socialism streams going on at different times this month just because I'm going based on their schedule and I think it's fun to snipe their streams. Hi socialists. Hi. We like watching you. It's really fun. All right, guys, but we are tonight going to be watching Critical Theory in the 21st Century. Now, before we get into that, we have a couple orders of business. Number one, I do need to give everyone, especially Trendlin, their socialism bingo card. DW, yes, all the times are in Eastern time, and of course, you can always hit the notification button on my YouTube channel because that's when they're going to be doing it. And so if you want to follow along with our socialism bingo card, I did just put the bingo card in the chat. Go ahead, click on that link, click generate card. Everyone gets a different card. Some of them have solidarity twice. There it is, because I can't apparently fix something. And we got a free square in the middle. Then we're going for lines. And if you have solidarity twice, bonus square. Consider it equity, I guess. Unequal distribution of resources. And then we're going for squares or lines or corners. And if you want to get really saucy, you can do one of these around the center point too. Socialism bingo is more like the honor system more than anything else. Shout out bingo in the chat when you get a bingo. You don't win anything, but we will clap for you and we will applaud for you. And then you can go for blackout bingo after that, just to keep you interested, just to keep you listening. And that's one way you can do that. I also want to let people know that people have been telling me they've been telling me, Carlin, you're shadow banned on YouTube. And, I don't actually think that's true. I think it more has to do with the algorithm. But I have a solution for this. If you want an email notifying you when I am going live and what I am talking about, head over to thecult.substack.com and subscribe. Because prior to my live streams now, I'm sending out an email to everyone saying, here is what I'm talking about today. Here are the links for YouTube, Odyssey, Rockfin, and Rumble. And shout out to everyone watching on Odyssey, Rockfin, and Rumble. Always subscribe on alternative platforms if you can, but I give you all the platform links. I say, here's what we're watching. Here's the links to what we're watching. Here's what we're going to do. And that will all be delivered to you in a nice, succinct email right in your inbox if you subscribe at thecult.substack.com. It is totally free. The site is not monetized yet. You can pledge your support if I decide to monetize the site, which I will probably do at some point. I just haven't done it yet. And that way you will always get an email notification in your inbox prior to me going live. So even if YouTube is shadow banning me, we've got backups upon backups upon backups, and I appreciate that. Other things I want to say is great way to support the work I'm doing is by checking out my Unwoke Art merchandise store, which you can find at unwokeart.com. Now, I have been threatening for the last 2 weeks that I'm going to create a Be Bourgeois t-shirt because, of course, The socialists hate the bourgeois more than anyone else. The socialists are the proletariat. They are the worker. They want the uprising of the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat. And so, of course, to counterbalance the socialists, we want to be bourgeois. We want to embrace our capitalism, embrace private property, embrace all of it. And I've been threatening for a couple weeks to make a t-shirt that says "Be Bourgeois" on it. And I had to come up with a design, and I think I came up with a pretty good one. There it is. There is our Be Bourgeois t-shirt with a fox, because you got to be sly and clever, and also has a glass of beer, because of course it does. And of course, royal purple. Royal purple, and just like ornate and grandeur and richness. That is my Be Bourgeois design. I do hope you guys like it. And you can get that on a t-shirt, a hoodie, a sticker. If you want something else, let me know what merchandise you want me to put it on, and I can pretty much put it on anything. I've only just done hoodies, t-shirts, and stickers so far, but if you have another idea, let me know. And so that's the design you can buy there. But of course, you can also get the original Socialism Saturday, Join the Cult t-shirt, and I've got lots of other goodies over on unwokeart.com as well. Of course, all the merchandise goes to support my work and my activism, which I really do appreciate it. And then you get something cool, and you can give out gifts and stuff like that. And I honestly think some of the merchandise is really cool. I really do. I love it. Hero Blast says, kind of want to come up with designs for you. Well, you can give it a shot. I'm doing all my own designs and AI right now, and AI art is incredible, and I'm loving every second of it. And so if you want to come up with designs, let me know. But come up with designs for yourself, sell them yourself. You can do it too. We can all win. All right, guys, that is all I have for announcements for today. Who is ready to get started with Socialism Saturday? Please mount that like button for me. As you know, we do not smash the like button on this channel. We mount the like button on this channel. And so mount the like button. When you are mounting the like button, you are telling YouTube that you like my content and you want my content to be shown to more people. So that's why we do it. Not that you like socialists. That's not what this is about. But you like the fact that I'm showing you socialists. And that'll help bring more friends into our stream with us. Hero Blast is exactly right. AI did remove the skill barrier. Well, not so much the skill for me. AI dramatically reduced the amount of time I had to spend on things for me. And so I love it. I love AI art. You can be so creative with it. It's so awesome. And guys, of course, please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. And I am also streaming on Rumble right now. I got a couple people watching over on Rumble. So shout out to people over there as well. And of course, big shout out to Beth. Beth, thank you for joining me for the stream last night, and of course for being here. Love it. Hope this helps. Your work is amazing. Beth, you are the best. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the super chat. All right, guys, let's dig in and let's get started. Critical theory in the 21st century. There's no sound yet. Don't worry. There's no sound yet.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Red May,
This guy is the best. This guy is the best because he does his presentations from his extremely messy kitchen.
1 month vacation from capitalism. 43 events, over 110 speakers.
1 month vacation from capitalism.
Let me
thank you,
clue you into some of the things that are coming up so you can catch our last thrill-packed week. This evening at 5 p.m.
I think there is a purple sweatshirt. I don't know that I made a mug yet.
With
but there definitely is a sweatshirt. I'll do the mug.
Schrader, Travis Harris, Paige May, Samantha Prey-Gonzalez, and Charmaine Schwa, the moderator. Tomorrow at 11 a.m., that's Friday, Debt After Graeber, Max Haven, Cassie Thornton, Radhika Desai, Lee Claire LaBerge, and Andrew Ross. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., that's Friday, 3 p.m., What Just Happened, a review of the puzzling events of the last year, from the pandemic to the George Floyd rebellion to the Was It a Coup, analyzed by Joshua Clover, Jody Dean, Theory of Francos, Idris Robinson, and Nikhil Pal Singh. On Saturday at 10 a.m., Neither Settler Nor Native, with Mahmoud Mamdani, Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, Samira Esmer, and Ted Swedenberg as the moderator. At 11 a.m. on Sunday, Rethinking the Chinese Cultural Revolution with Alexandra Russo, Andrea Piazzaroli Longobardi, and Chris Connery with Asad Haider as the moderator. And Sunday at 5 p.m., Feminist International, How to Change Everything with Veronica Gago, Michael Hart, and Kathy Weeks. At 11 a.m. on Monday, May 31st, Marx for Cats, a radical bestiary with Lee Claire LaBerge and some of her cats.
So just so you guys know, he's repeating the Red May schedule for 2 years ago, but they're doing basically the same type of thing this month. That's why we're watching so much socialist content this month. Don't get yourself blocked, bot. Don't ruin all the fun.
We have a lot of stuff coming up. How do we do it? Well, we do it with what you might call the value form. Now, whether you believe that money is a repertory of possible futures, as Borges says, or our passport to society, as Marx would say, we need it to keep going. We enjoy doing this month-long Madness, this totally excessive event. We want to
enjoy you
do
doing
it next
as well,
year, and
Philip.
Amazingly, without any institutional support,
he has a lot of bourgeois elements in his private kitchen.
Anniversary. We're probably going live again next year, fingers crossed. And to do that, also to fly people into Seattle, we need even more money. So go to our website, www.redmayseattle.org.
Of course you do,
and you will find a link to our GoFundMe, Fan the Flames of Red May, or you can become a patron. My lord, I'm a patron of Red May. You can say that if you become a patron.
Isn't that too
bourgeois? You can do it at the $3, $5, $10, or $20 a month level. It's very 18th century. Anyway, lots of different ways to be part of our extended commune. But enough of that.
And just so people aren't clear, especially if you're newer to Socialism Saturday, you're the very first thing you're going to say is, it seems like they're participating in a lot of capitalism, and why are they doing that if they're socialists? Well, in the Communist Manifesto, they say that you are allowed to participate in the system of capitalism because you have to for your own survival, but you can't become a capitalist. You can't become like an evil owner of industry or a landlord or any of these things. You can participate in the system of capitalism because it allows you to do what you're doing, and you won't be able to survive if you don't, because the capitalists are the oppressors, and they've made it so people have to participate in the system of capitalism in order to survive. And so they rationalize it by saying, essentially, it's okay for them to do it because their oppressors are forcing them to do it. And as long as they're not becoming bourgeois and they're still like the workers, then it's okay.
Crass appeals. I know you're all here to see the event, Critical Theory in the 21st Century. I'm holding up Werner Bonefell's wonderful book on critical theory here, just to have a visual aid in this presentation. Let me introduce you to the moderator of today's event, Christian Lotz. Christian is professor of philosophy at Michigan State University, works in critical theory, Marxism, German philosophy, phenomenology, and philosophical anthropology, is of course the author of The Capitalist Schema. Christian, welcome back to Red May. And I think you're muted.
All right, no, I'm unmuted. All right, thank you so much, Philip.
There's a lot of capitalism in that
I will be
room.
moderating this great panel today. And before we start, I just want to mention that the website description that you all saw made it sound as if we will exclusively talk about the new Sage Handbook, of which Werner Bonefeld and Chris O'Kane are co-editors, and Amy Diaz and myself were contributors. But our speakers decided to talk more broadly about selected aspects of critical theory in the 21st century, so we will not in particular focus on that project. But before I briefly introduce our speakers, I do want to recommend the Sage Handbook of Critical Theory to everyone. At least to my knowledge, this is the very best overview and presentation of critical theory today. It deals with figures, issues, and problems that most of the time are completely neglected and ignored by the officials of contemporary theorists in the Frankfurt School tradition. The handbook contains almost, I think, 100 chapters and appeared in 3 volumes. And I think the overall length is something like 1,600 pages. So
I would say
if
German.
you are bored this
German,
summer, go through all those 3 volumes. I think
or
Chris, Werner,
I think it's
and the third editor was Beverly Best. They really have done a great job putting this together. Now, let me just briefly introduce our speakers for this panel. We will first have 3 brief interventions by our speakers. Then we have a discussion among the panel, and then we can open it up to either guests that we have in the Zoom chat, or we will also monitor the chat on YouTube if you have other questions.
They're not
in alphabetical order. Our first panelist is.
Hang on. We actually see much more British people than like German people. I mean, there have been a couple Germans, but mostly like international socialists that we've encountered are mostly in the UK. That's not to say they aren't other places. Those are just the ones we hear prominently.
Werner Bonefeld. Werner is a professor in the Department of Politics at the University of York in the UK. He is probably one of the most industrious and productive critical theorists working today. He was or is one of the main founders of open Marxism. His recent books have dealt with the role of the state in capitalism and in the ordoliberal tradition. His probably most important book, there are 2 recent ones, but it's the one that Philip already mentioned. I can hold it in the camera. It's Critical Theory and the Critique of Political Economy. I can only recommend that to everyone. I learned a lot by reading it. Our second panelist is Amy Diaz. She's a lecturer in contemporary literature and culture at King's College in London and a poet. She's the co-editor of a poetics anthology entitled Toward Some Air. I think it appeared in 2015. And her most recent poetry publication is entitled On My Love for Gender Abolition, which appeared in 2016. As far as I understand, Amy is currently preparing a book on antagonism and abstraction in contemporary feminist poetics. Her articles deal with feminist Marxism and social reproduction theory. And I really recommend the chapter in the Sage Handbook. It's really great. Our third panelist is Chris O'Kane. Chris is currently an assistant professor in the political science department at University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. He has written on social constitution, social domination, Marx, Adorno, Lefebvre, value form theory, and real abstraction. As far as I understand, Chris is preparing a book for the historical materialism book series that appears with Brill and Haymarket books. And he's also the editor of a forthcoming new edition of Zoon Rethel's work in English. All right, I think we can right away go into the 3 talks. I forgot the order. Did we decide on an order, or maybe just Chris, do you want to start?
I thought the order was going to be Werner, Amy, and then myself.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, sorry for that. All right, Amy, thank you so much for everyone being here. And
so the way that socialist presentations work and panels work, which is a little bit different than like what you might be used to seeing, is that they are uber structured and academic. So what they do is every person basically gives a presentation in which they're usually just reading a paper that they wrote, and then they go through all 3 and they all 3 give their presentation, and then they usually have a little bit of back and forth and dialogue, and then hopefully they'd have a Q&A at the end, because the Q&A is always the best part.
Let's first hear the talks.
Is it Werner, then me, then Chris? Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay, sorry, my mistake again.
See? UK.
So you want me to start now? Or?
Yes. Someone start.
Yeah?
Yes.
All right, very good. Right, so hello, welcome. Here I am again talking to my computer. Hopefully you can hear it. And it's clear despite my accent and tiredness. What I want to talk about is fetishism is real, says Marx, somewhere in the section on fetishism in Capital, Volume 1. And I'm asking myself throughout the talk, what actually does that mean? Fetishism is real. What therefore is real? What is real? Is it real that the invisible hand, as it were, regulates our activities? If fetishism is real, then surely it is the invisible hand It is a reality. Maybe Hayek's term praxeology is not that far off. It is the aggregate, as it were, manifestation of all our individual activities that then commands and directs us. Competition, prices, profitability, money for the sake of more money, market value, unit labor costs, economic categories and economic quantities and their movement. And there is no profit. And if there is no profit, there is no employment. Only profitable employers employ people. And employed they have to be, because they need to earn a wage to connect themselves with the means of subsistence. So that's also a reality, I guess, if fetishism is real. It's the economy stupid, as far as Bill Clinton put it in the 1990s. So here is the economy, the invisible hand, the praxeology that manifests itself behind our backs, behind the backs of what we have now become, namely participants who adjust and who react to market forces, trying desperately to make a living and to live in dignity and civility. But that, of course, is not always possible. And a profit needs to be made on the point of ruin and the pain of disaster. So fetishism is real then. Is it true that Marx then says it actually constitutes an objective illusion? What does he mean by that? I guess the two important things, at least for my talk. The first one is the world appears to us as one of economic nature. It appears to us as some sort of uncontrollable movement of economic things. Here we are, doing our best, giving it our best effort. And there we are. Our wages are cut. Our employment has ceased, despite everything we put in there. It seems almost like we are controlled.
So I just want to say something as a general thing, not what this guy is saying, because I just want to warn everyone. I already know where this guy's going. This is going to be word salad and not mean anything for most of what he's saying. I'm not saying we shouldn't listen to him. We should, and we will, but this guy's going to be a whole lot of word salad. We know his type. All right. I want to say something from a more general perspective, because I posted a clip on the channel earlier explaining that these people want to abolish the gender binary. They don't hate men. They don't hate men at all. This guy, half of the people in this presentation, most of the people in this presentation are men. They don't hate men. But a lot of people think they do because they listen to the wrong people explaining this. They don't hate men. They don't hate women. They want to abolish gender entirely. And there's reasons for that we've covered on Socialism Saturday, okay? Now, and if you'll stick around or go back and watch our Abolish the Family stuff, you'll be able to find out. I'm not going to go into the reasons right now. The larger point I want to make is this. There are a lot... No, they don't. No. A lot of you have ideas about what these people think. And you have gotten those ideas from conservatives. It is the conservative interpretation of what these people think. That does not mean it is an accurate interpretation. It is simply an interpretation that has been parroted over and over and over and over and over again by conservative influencers, so that when the people listening to those conservative influencers, and you might not even, it has gone so far beyond them. So they've been repeating these talking points so much for years that even people who don't watch conservative influencers regularly believe that these are the correct talking points because they've been repeated so much. However, when you listen to actual Marxists, they don't say the things that conservatives say they do. They don't say them at all. So this is like, what this is a giant game of telephone where conservatives, and I'm sorry that I'm just going to say it, Most of the conservative influencers that I've interacted with are not smart enough to understand the nuance that is going on. They are very black and white thinkers. They take the easiest possible route when it's not even correct and it's provable that it's not correct, but they take it anyway because it's going to be the talking point that's going to rile up their audience. So what's happened is Marxists and socialists will say things that are crazy, that are legitimately crazy. Conservatives will not take the time to let me amend. Conservative influencers will not take the time to understand the context of what they are saying. They then take it, misinterpret it, twist it so that it then bears no resemblance to what they actually said and what their actual intentions are behind it. And then they repeat it over and over and over and over ad nauseum for years and years and years and years and years until that's the idea that gets into the mainstream zeitgeist about what these people think. But by the time it gets there, it has gone through a giant game of telephone where it no longer bears any resemblance to what these people actually said. Now, the whole gender thing is a really great example of this because I hear all the time, they hate men, 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 they hate men. Or the newer talking point, they want to abolish women, abolish women, abolish women, abolish women, abolish women, abolish women. Now, what's funny about this is that they're saying they both hate men and want to abolish women, but the conservative influencers never actually say those two things together. Because the minute that you say they hate men and then you say they want to abolish women, those two ideas are contradictory, right? Because if you're really like pushing a feminist ideology, then why do you want to abolish women? And so like and if you hate men, then why do you want to abolish, like, so it doesn't actually make sense when you present them together. And the reason that it doesn't make sense is because these people don't actually care about men or women. They don't care about this at all. What they want to do is abolish the gender binary. No, I am quite literally explaining this to you right now. We need to keep our mouths shut and our ears open. They do not want to get rid of all men. They do not want to get rid of all women. They want to abolish the gender binary. This is an extremely nuanced, yet extremely important thing to understand. They want to abolish all gender. They don't have anything personal against men. They don't have anything personal against women. They want to abolish all gender. They want a world full of theys. This is why these people use pronouns like they, she. Because anytime someone's using a pronoun like called they, she, that means they're putting their toe into the non-binary. They have actually said in their presentations that we have watched before that trans does not mean transition. It doesn't mean transitioning from man to woman or to woman to man. It doesn't mean that. It means transform the gender binary. All right? So, we have got to make sure we are listening. Shauna says, they're just stealing that they want to abolish women from Posey Parker. That's why they haven't connected them. That's exactly right. And that is why, guys, on this channel, we listen to what they're saying and we listen closely and we practice active listening. And it's not easy. I'm not going to front that it is. But what you are being fed about what these people believe is not accurate. And then you go and shout it all over the internet and we all riled up over it when it's not real. What they want to do is actually far, 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 far scarier than what you're saying. Why would they want to abolish the gender binary? Because the 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia, abolishing the gender binary, destabilizes the system. If you want to know why, they want to create an entire generation of people who have been sterilized in high school by taking cross-sex hormones. That is going to lead to the destabilization of the system. Okay? When you sterilize a large portion of the population, that will fundamentally destabilize the system. Another thing that it's going to do is it's going to allow them to blame capitalism for the problems that are going to be caused by the destabilization of the system. And when everyone gets pissed off that capitalism is to blame for all of these things, and don't think this isn't already happening, because what is one of the talking points about gender ideology in the gender transition industry? It's that it is feeding money to doctors who right now is getting to is being blamed for how many medical transitions of children are happening all across the country. The doctors. And they should be. I'm not questioning that, but I want us to think deeper than that. Think about why. Why are they blaming the doctors? Because the doctors are making a metric F ton of money in performing these surgeries and in medicalizing children when they're really young. Well, guess what, guys? The 4 goals of the woke left are gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. They are pushing this ideology to eliminate the gender binary. They are pushing it through gender ideology in the schools, where they are starting to sterilize a large chunk of the population, and they're going to blame it on doctors who they are calling the evil capitalists who are profiting off of this. What that means is that they are going to blame capitalism on this whole problem. No. It wasn't gender ideology in the first place that caused this problem. It was the evil capitalists in the form of doctors who profited off of this problem. And again, this what they're going to do after that. They're going to get people all riled up to hate capitalism. And if you don't want capitalism, you need an alternative. Ooh, here's Marxism, ladies and gentlemen. Do you guys see how that works? They gain power to push their ideas into institutions. The ideas they push into institutions are fundamentally designed to destabilize the system. They then blame the destabilization of the system on capitalism because the goal is to rile up the proletariat, the worker, the average person, in order to overthrow the evil capitalists to usher in the Marxist utopia. This is why it is very important that we understand exactly what they're saying and we don't just repeat talking points that our conservative influencers are giving us because they don't understand what they're talking about. No offense to conservative influencers, but they oftentimes don't understand what they're talking about. Jenny's getting inky with it. Conservatives don't look beyond the current battle, so they don't extrapolate the ideas which are hurting us. They are just grazing the surface, which makes them reactionary, which is what the socialists want. Jenny, this is like the best super chat you've ever sent, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it on so many different levels. I appreciate the $10, but even more than the $10, I appreciate the thoughts that you expressed there, because I think that's exactly correct. This is why we do the hard work of actually listening to them. And I appreciate you guys coming along for the ride. Let's keep going.
Told by fate. Our existence seems to be fateful. It seems to be dependent on the way in which the economy moves. And yet, says Marx, that's the objectivity about it. But it's an illusion nevertheless. It is an illusion because
Wait, Jenny's also got a follow-up. We need to quit looking at it from our own worldview to understand what socialists are doing and why. Knowledge is half the battle. This is so dead on. Guys, when we're watching socialism, you need to detach yourself. You need to watch it as though you're kind of, I know this sounds weird, outside of yourself, because what you don't want to do is say, they're wrong and they're crazy and here are all the reasons why they're wrong and why they're crazy and I don't know why they don't understand that they're crazy. That's not the point of this. The point is not to debunk them. The point is not to ridicule them. The point is to listen to them and to really understand them, and that is a difficult thing to do, and I understand it's a difficult thing to do. That's why you have to practice doing it. If you practice it and you come to Socialism Saturday and you listen to people that you disagree with who have abominable ideas, you will get used to it after a while, and you'll be able to exist in a place where you can think their ideas are awful, as most people here do, although occasionally we do get a socialist that joins us. You can think their ideas are awful, but then you can also put that aside to say, I need to understand what they think, because that's going to tell me what they're doing next.
Economic nature, according to Marx's critique of fetishism, fundamentally
Hang on, sorry, one more super chat from Jenny. I hate to keep pausing, but I want to honor the super chats. Jenny says, their values aren't our values. The abortion arguments prove this. Yes. Their values are not our values. Their goals are not our goals. You can think their values are awful, fine. You can think their goals are ridiculous, fine. But you have to understand that they are just fundamentally different. And trying to fit a square peg in a round hole to make them ascribe to your worldview is not going to work if you want to beat them. And then Shauna says, the other issue is that the average person doesn't understand how embedded the government is with medical care already. That's a different issue, Shauna. I don't disagree with you at all, but I'm going to put that in a separate category for right now. But that is like a whole other problem in and of itself, but I do appreciate the super chat. All right. Autumn, are you really a socialist? Well, welcome. Guys, just so you know, we have a couple rules in my chat. Number one, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. That includes Autumn, our socialist. Don't insult her. Don't be nice, okay? She's playing nice. Number two, no whining. If I tell you to stop doing something, just stop doing it. This is a great opportunity. If Autumn is really a socialist and she's willing to answer some questions, ask her some questions in good faith. And thank you, Autumn, for being here. And everyone play nice, okay? No, there is no need to be rude.
To a social nature. In other words, to a socially constituted.
I'm actually more worried about people in the chat coming after you, Autumn, than I am worried about
by the products of our own
worried about you. But as long as everyone's playing nice, that's fine.
And I'm talking still about objective illusion.
Oh, goodness.
It also means that...
Sorry, another super chat. Thank you, Beth. I'm a conservative Christian and I try to listen to many different voices, but this is my go-to for learning about socialism. I do really appreciate that, Beth. I'm going to take a screenshot of that and we're going to do a little testimonial. Thank you.
The idea of the subject as an independent personality that is in control of things, asserts him or herself, that really is just a mere illusion. What is real? I suppose, is it not also an illusion, objective illusion, to believe that the struggle for freedom, for equality, for justice will transform capitalism, will make it better, will, as it were, realize the promise of the enlightenment, of an emancipated humanity beyond domination, exploitation, racism, anti-Semitism, discrimination on the basis of gender, ethnicity, and accent too. Might it not be the case, rather, that the demand for justice in an unjust world, that the demand for freedom in a world of unfreedom, reinforces the fundamental conditions of injustice and unfreedom? If nobody is ever again treated unfairly, unjustly, or in inverted commas, unequally on the world's labor markets, would the trade in labor power be at last fully conforming with the promise of the Eden of human rights? It might, but what is traded and why? What is the purpose of it? So to bring this initial section to the end, the humanization of the social relations is the purpose and the end of the struggle for human emancipation. And should the effort of humanizing capitalism's treatment of the worker or any other social category succeed, the better for the poor and miserable. Humanizing capitalism prevents it from descending into social catastrophe with ease. The civilized treatment of society's surplus value producers is much preferable to their uncivilized treatment. The one offers shelter, the other looks on when the poor are regulated by death. So what is real? The individuals, I've argued, act under the compulsion of abstract economic forces that seem to have
great quote,
a life
Lizard.
of their own. However, if that is so, then the critique cannot therefore be one that makes individuals responsible for the relations whose creature they socially are. There might be individuals amongst us who want to, as it were, rise subjectively over and above the misery, which is good, which is great, has a wonderful civilizing effect if successful. But, let me put it differently. A humane capitalist is preferable to an inhumane capitalist. Yet both require living labor to produce a profit in order to stay in business, and only on the condition that they stay in business are they able to extend another labor contract. However, what follows from this part is that it is not sufficient to criticize capitalists for their seemingly excessive addiction to profit. Nor is it sufficient to criticize bankers for pursuing money for the sake of more money on the pain of ruin. These behaviors manifest the objective necessity of the capitalistically constituted social relations. None of us, neither capitalists nor bankers, can extricate themselves from the reality in which they live and which asserts itself not over them, not only over them, but also in and through them and by means of them. Money making is the condition of social reproduction. So the critique, what is the...
Why do they think that money is evil though? Because it does evil things? Like, I mean, like, why are we framing the argument in terms of like, it is fundamentally evil to grow a business and to make money? Why is that the assumption? Because anyone can grow a business, anyone can start a business, anyone can grow a business. We live in an age where there are more free tools than there have ever been to help you start and grow a business. So why do we think that it's not like the era of manufacturing where there was like a large buy-in to start a business? You don't even need a buy-in to start a business right now. You can sell what you know and use free tools to do it. And if you go out there and you hustle, then you can build a business on it, you know? It's not something that is the exclusive right of the wealthy anymore, but it's like these people have never graduated out of this to consider that. Let me see. Autumn says, you should cover This Is Revolution podcast or the main socialist channel. I'll look that up, Autumn. We'll see. I tend to do a very specific type of socialism on this channel that I don't always like podcasts on YouTube for, because I think it's more performative than anything. But I definitely will look it up. It's a good recommendation. And then Shauna says, they think it's a zero-sum game. Well, that's true enough, Shauna. I do agree with that. All right.
Methodology behind the critique of fetishism. Going to Marx, I'm following him here. It is really easy to say, oh, we always have to have a metabolism with nature. Labor is a human necessity. So check out how the various societies, as it were, organize their labor, and then, as it were, move on and to offer a more rational organization of labor. It's an ontological necessity, and capitalism is just one of them. That, he says, is not really the dialectical method or the materialism.
All right, I pulled that up on him. Thank you for the suggestion.
It is much more difficult, he says, to do the opposite. And that is to develop from the actual given relations of lives the form in which these have become rigidified as forms of a seemingly natural power. So he says, these materialists who ontologize labor, they don't have an understanding of history. Their conception, in fact, excludes the historical process. So the social forces do not create the social relations, according to this. Rather, it is the social relations that create the social forces by which they are governed. What follows from this also is that society as such cannot be perceived without reference to its historical constitution, a constitution that is implicit in it. The same applies to concepts.
Hang on, got a super chat from Sin. Thank you, Sin. Marxism seems to use some Christian elements such as money is the root of all evil, which was said all the time when I was in church and the Bible. I think that's a really interesting observation, isn't it, Sin? It's almost like the two extremes on both sides are no different from the other. Oh, man. Guys, please don't believe that money is the root of all evil. I promise you, if you believe that money is the root of all evil, you will never make any money. And money isn't necessarily about we might joke about be bourgeois or whatever, but money is about security. Money is about freedom. Money allows you to do what you want to do with your life and contribute to the world in the way that you want to contribute to it. For example, it would make no sense for me to go and get a full-time job working for someone else, even though to conservatives that would mean I would have a real job, but that would actually make no sense to me. Because I would make less money, I would be a slave to someone else, I would be working a lot of hours for someone else doing things that aren't really what I wanna be doing. Rather, I know that I can go out and make money in any number of different ways, and I wanna be able to work for myself to be able to focus on creating content to help you understand what's going on and to teach you something, and hopefully I do it well enough so that enough people say, "You know what? That's worth $5 a month to me," or whatever it happens to be. And I guess the point is that you have to realize that there are a million different ways to make money in this world. Money is not necessarily evil. Money can afford you the time and the freedom to do the things that you were supposed to do and meant to do that a normal job might just distract you from, because it's going to suck up all your time and your energy. And people are correcting the quote, the love of money is the root of all evil. Well, the problem is that a lot of people think money is evil, regardless of what the accurate quote is. And I'm sorry, I fucking love money. I fucking love it. I love money, and I'm not going to apologize for it. And I don't think that's the root of all evil, because again, money gives me the freedom to do what I want to do. Money gives me the security to do what I want to do. I will love money every single day of the week. That doesn't mean I'll do anything to make it, but I am going to love the shit out of money, and I suggest you guys do as well. And anyone who is teaching you not to love money is giving you a really foolproof way to not make money. Jenny's getting inky with it. Says actual verse 1 Timothy 6:10 to be, for the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some covet after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows. I hear you guys. I'm still going to advise you to love the shit out of money, because if you don't love it, you're probably going to have not as nice feelings about it, and that's going to prevent you from making money in the first place. And now what I want everyone to do is we're going to stop arguing about this because we've beaten the dead horse. We're going to do one more. Shauna says, money makes the world go round. Shout out to money. We love money. Big fat money. That's exactly right. Whatever your feelings about money, I want us to relax them a little bit, and we're going to refocus in on this. I just don't want the chat to get chat about whatever you want. I can't control what you chat about as long as you're not being a dick or anything. But I'm just going to advise everyone, I'm going back over here now.
The concept of freedom is marked by the processes of primitive accumulation that created the free labor, the doubly free labor. The law of value entails the force of...
Oh, no, we'll pause for this. Maria, I will shit on Christians any fucking time I want. Just so people know, I can say whatever I want to my chat. You will not compel my speech. If your fragile sensibilities about me saying things about Christians that you don't want to hear but that are absolutely true is just more important to you than learning about what's going on, then you don't belong here. This is a place for serious people who are actually interested in learning, actually interested in understanding, and I will not tolerate people who are telling me what I can and cannot say on my own channel. There's the door. You can show yourself out if you don't like it, and that's just going to be the way it goes. The Philosophist, I love money too, Dr. K. Here's some money. Thank you, Philosophist. I appreciate it. I love your super chat. And then Brooklyn Way says, whomever said money doesn't buy happiness doesn't know where to shop. I mean, again, I think money buys security and freedom, but it can also buy really nice stuff. It can buy yarn, stuff like that. All right, let's keep going. It's my fucking channel. Okay, Ninja's going into a timeout, and she can work out her feelings on that. Why people come onto my channel and think that I'm not going to talk on my channel is mind-boggling to me, but maybe we'll figure that out later.
Of value as its secret historical foundation. The law of value manifests the violence of the processes of primitive accumulation in the form of a freedom of economic compulsion. Here are the demands for freedom, justice, fairness. There is the freedom of economic compulsion to make money out of money on the pain of ruin. And there then is the freedom to dodge the freedom to starve by producing surplus value, enriching the capitalist, which is the condition upon which future employment and therewith wage-based access to the means of production depends. So social critique then becomes also an expression or a mouthpiece.
Let me explain to you why this happens. Because if it starts to happen once, if one person pipes up and starts causing problems and starts complaining and nothing is said, then another person pipes up and starts causing problems and starts complaining, and then another after that, and then another after that. And before you know it, my chat is filled with shit posters complaining that I say mean things about Christians and they don't like it. Me. I know this because I dealt with this for years before I started implementing these rules. My rules are very simple. If you are here to learn, then I'm going to teach you. If you are here to whine and complain, you are not going to disrupt the chat for everyone else. And I will pummel anyone who tries to do it. Because when I'm pummeling the people who try to do it, even though I have flat out told them not to do it and what will happen if they do, then it will just create more of it. And I know that because I've dealt with this for 3 years. So if people don't like it, they're welcome to go somewhere else. They really are. They will not be missed. I do not want the largest possible audience. I want an audience that wants to listen and wants to learn. And if you guys want to keep complaining in the chat, we can pause every once in a while for me to again explain this. I think it's a big fucking waste of time, but I'm well aware of what will happen if I don't do it. So it is entirely up to you. We can watch this and we can learn from it, or we can continue to whine and complain in the chat because I don't like your tone of voice. Those people aren't here to learn. Those people are never going to do anything productive. They will not be coddled here. Absolutely not. They can go somewhere else. Beth says, I've lived too many years to let people talking crap to me offend me. I know my worth. I don't take it personally. I appreciate that, Beth. All right, let me see. Let's continue. Thank you.
Of disgust from the world as swindle. It offers freedom and recognizes freedom as economic compulsion. So let's put it differently. Civil rights are worth fighting for, to attain and to treasure and to protect. But what good does it do if a Black American is now allowed to eat in a previously white-only restaurant if she can't afford to pay? The next quotation I have is from Marx also, and this is it. To be a productive laborer is not a piece of luck, but a great misfortune. Even worse, I guess, it is to be an unproductive laborer. That's not a piece of luck either. It also is a great misfortune. An expenditure of living labor that fails to make a profit is an expenditure of unnecessary social labor. And it is an expenditure of redundant social labor. It produces surplus citizens. There is then a fate far worse than a fate
Surplus citizens?
than being exploited. And that is to be an unexploitable laborer. How to make a living without wage income? What is the price of a kidney? And how often can you sell it? Where to migrate to find work, whatever kind? How many for prostitution? What is real? That's how I started. Let's check it out.
Autumn is asking, Carlin, would I date someone who makes minimum wage? When I met my husband, I was making well over 6 figures, and my husband was my mover. Not only was my husband my mover, but my husband had overstayed his visa in the United States and was, working under the table. So would I date someone who makes minimum wage? I quite literally married my mover after he moved me into my house that I bought myself with the money that I was making. So yes, yeah, I did, and it made no difference to me at all. This idea that people will not date people because of the money that they're making, I'm sorry, is just wrong.
Again, only that labor in capitalism is productive, which contributes to the valorization of value. Labor either yields more money or it does not, in which case it is socially speaking redundant. No wonder, therefore, that the buyers of labor power see living labor as a mere human resource, mere human material. Their capital value depends on making a profit to avoid bankruptcy, to avoid liquidation. Profit really is not the end. Profit is the means of staying afloat, of beating the competition, of avoiding competitive erosion. And the laborer depends on the profitability of his or her labor. As I said earlier, only profitable capitalists employ labor. Unprofitable ones shed labor. They make labor redundant. What is real also is that the increase in the productivity of labor reduces the employment of labor relative
This is
to
very
machinery.
true.
The increase in labor productivity increases or creates surplus populations, the so-called industrial reserve army of labor. So the freedom of labor is the freedom of trade in labor power, and what, given the normative ideals of justice, liberty, equality, how should this trade in labor power be organized to look like? How should it look like so that the economic compulsion to make a living as a human resource of profit ceases, and that society's surplus value producers have therefore no longer to chew their words to fill their bellies? Capital, my next quote, is just a name. I got that from the Grundrisse. So if it's just a name, then I suppose it is the name of a particularly constituted society, of the relations of that society. And I'll start this section by referring back to Marx's critique of Proudhon. And Marx's critique here was very simple. He says Proudhon substituted the critique of capital for the critique of the capitalist, seeking to free capital from the capitalist so as to utilize the power of capital for the benefit.
Yes, James, I'll put the bingo card over on Rumble. Sorry about that.
Proudhon's idea persists to this day in the form of social democracy, progressivism, and in the form of various social movements for justice, freedom, and fairness. These movements both identify the existing conditions of misery, and they make it seem as if misery is a mere pathology of capitalism.
Here's your bingo card, people on Rumble. And I'll put it again for people on YouTube as well.
That is at least the implication or the suggestion. All would be well if only government were to stand up to the capitalist interests, and instead governs in the interests of the many, the 99%. The illusion here says that the profitable accumulation of money that yields more money does not really count. What counts is the satisfaction of human needs. It says that the failure to make a profit entails no threat to social reproduction. What counts is not profit, but human beings and their satisfaction. It suggests that the life of the class of surplus value producers does not hang by the success of turning their labor into profit as the fundamental condition of achieving wage-based access to the means of life. What counts is goodness. So it rejects as absurd that useful things that cannot be turned into profit are burned. What counts is use value production. It rejects as unfounded the insight that in the capitalist society, the needs of human beings, the satisfaction of human beings is never more than a sideshow. So it opposes money making. Instead, it considers money as a means of purchasing commodities. And it demands that money be put into the pockets of the workers, the miserable, the poor, the disenfranchised, to strengthen their purchasing power, connecting them more firmly to the means of subsistence. However, and nevertheless, the exchange of labor power for money that is then exchanged for the means of subsistence is a function of profit making.
The exchange of labor power for money, which is then exchanged for subsistence, is what did he say? To support like profit making? Hang on, I should have the captions on. I apologize. I didn't. Is a function of is a function of profit making. So what did he say? The exchange of labor power for subsistence, for money, which is exchanged for subsistence, is a function of profit making. I mean, basically he's saying, like, you go get a job, you trade your labor for money, a wage, by the way, that you agree upon when you take the job. No one has forced you to take that job. No one forces you to stay in that job. You go to work in that job and you say, I will come in and work for you for $10 an hour, $15 an hour, $60,000 a year, whatever the wage might be, okay? So you're going and you're accepting a wage for a job. They're saying like you're exchanging your labor for like, capital or whatever. And then you're using that to sustain yourself, buy food, shelter, etc. And the only reason that this is happening is profit motivations. This is the rationale that they're using to say we just need to abolish all private property. We just need to have the state control the means of production, because right now the worker is being exploited because they need to go to the job to get the capital, to buy the food and buy the housing. And the only reason that they need the money, the only reason that people need to work is to buy food and to pay for their housing. And so if they didn't need to do those things and they're only profit-making endeavors, that's all that people care about, then the best thing that we can do is just get rid of their need to pay for food because the state's going to provide your food. Get rid of the need for you to have your own private property and your own housing because the government will give us all pods or what have you. And this is the rationale that they're going to use to try to abolish all private property. And it sounds so simple, but I really want to make sure people understand this. Let's just rewind and listen to it again.
More firmly to the means of subsistence. However, and nevertheless, the exchange of labor power for money that is then exchanged for the means of subsistence is a function of profit making.
And again, the base assumption here is that profit is evil, that profit is bad, that only bad people make money. And we don't want to be one of the bad people. And so what we need to do is eliminate all the reasons why people would want to make money, to buy food, to shelter themselves, et cetera, et cetera. The government's just going to provide all of that. We're going to provide all of that to you so you don't have to do it anymore. You can go and be an artist. You don't have to worry about it. But what's not thought about is, oh, what does that actually mean? Oh, you're a slave to the state? Okay, that doesn't sound good to me.
Profitable employers purchase labor power. Unprofitable employers do not. Profit is a means of avoiding bankruptcy, and for the sake of sustained access to the means of subsistence, the sellers of labor power depend for their life on the profitable exploitation of their living labor. So the illusion that I have portrayed and caricatured, the illusion identifies what really matters. Nobody should ever go hungry again. But it does not grasp what it identifies. What is real? In itself, I argue, the dispossessed struggle for access to the means of subsistence, to satisfy their needs. They struggle for wages and conditions. They struggle against Moneybags' werewolf hunger for surplus labor and its destructive conquest for additional atoms of unpaid labor time. And they struggle thus against the reduction of their life to a mere time's carcass. They struggle against a life constituting solely of labor power, consisting solely of labor time, and thus against a reduction of human life to a mere economic resource. They struggle for respect, education, recognition of human significance, and above all, for food, shelter,
that made me laugh,
clothing, warmth, love, affection, knowledge, time for enjoyment and dignity, and running toilet water too. The dispossessed do not struggle for socialism. They struggle for crude material things. They struggle to make a living. They do all this in conditions in which the increase in wealth that their labor produces pushes beyond the limits of its capitalist form, profitability. And every so-called trickle-down effect that capitalist accumulation might bring forth presupposes a prior and sustained trickle up in the capitalist accumulation of wealth. And then society suddenly finds itself again put back into a state of momentary barbarism. It appears as if famine, a universal war of devastation, had cut off the supply of every means of subsistence, as Marx and Engels put it in the Communist Manifesto. And there we are. What is real? What is real is that the struggle of the dispossessed does not express an ontological privilege. It is dictated by hunger. The class antagonism belongs to the concept of capital. And so does the class struggle to civilize capitalism's treatment of its workers.
Hang on, I have a question for Autumn. Autumn, who is a socialist, and we're all being nice to Autumn because she's very politely. I'm assuming her pronouns are she. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I do respect the pronouns and all that stuff. But like Autumn is a socialist. Occasionally, we get socialists joining us for Socialism Saturday. She's being very nice and polite. She's answering questions. I want everyone to be nice, okay? But Autumn says it's better for the government to have access for wealth and resources as they can distribute them more fairly. Capitalism prioritizes a few at the top rather than the majority. Autumn, why do you trust the government to do anything fairly? Has the government ever done anything fairly in the history of governments existing? Why are we trusting the government as the ultimate arbiter? If the government is systemically racist and is littered with systemic racism, then why would we trust the government to redistribute the resources to the most marginalized and oppressed? Do you see where I'm going with this?
What is real, therefore, is human suffering as the hidden secret of the economic quantities that assert themselves in the form of ghost walking economic forces. And yet, their reality is a human reality. In capitalism, says Marx, man is governed by the products of her own hand. And that is me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Werner, for this first intervention. As I said at the beginning, we have a discussion after we hear all three talks. So I guess then Amy would be our next speaker.
That's truer words than
Thank
ever
you,
been spoken,
Christian.
Mansa.
So hi everyone, thanks for that paper, Werner, and to the Red May organisers too for what must be a phenomenal amount of work to put this together. It's a fantastic programme, and thank you to everyone for coming and listening today as well. My paper is...
Hang on, Autumn has answered. Thank you, Autumn. The government's job is to provide public services to its citizens. Certainly, I wouldn't trust a conservative government to do that, but okay, but that doesn't even make sense, Autumn, because I can point you to many, many examples of a non-conservative government that has unequally distributed resources to citizens, most of the time dedicating them to, like, war. I mean, there are certainly conservatives, and just so we're clear, I'm not a conservative, I'm an anarchist. So I am for the elimination of all government. But like I think it's a little bit, unrealistic to say that the only governments in the world who have unequally distributed resources are conservative governments. I think we can all think of a multitude of examples in which liberal and Democrat governments have unequally distributed resources. And those politicians have behaved in nefarious ways in which they're completely and totally corrupt. Now, to be very clear, I think both sides are corrupt. I think both sides are part of an establishment that will do whatever they can to keep a populist uprising down. So I don't think that conservatives are any more corrupt or less corrupt than Democrats. I think they're all corrupt because I think they're all the same party. But I don't understand why we're trusting political parties who the only reason that political parties even exist is to get people elected in order to feed their interests through the government purse.
I think connects up in some ways too, Berners. It's an attempt to distill and organize some ideas I'm trying to develop for a short book I'm writing with Nat Hurley and Sean O'Brien. Our book is called Antisocial Reproduction. That's the title of my paper as well. And our concept seeks to develop the critical categories necessary for an era in which capital needs the worker and her labor less and less, where the wage no longer sustains the proletariat, where reproduction often takes the form of unwaged or informally waged survival. The idea of antisocial reproduction, then.
This is going to be a really good one. Antisocial reproduction. What is this about? Peter says, every government in history tends towards cronyism and corruption. The more power and control the government has, the faster it happens. That's exactly right. And that's true of conservative and liberal. They're all corrupt. They're all the same. And quite frankly, I don't trust socialists to do it any better, because I've been watching Socialists for 8 months, no offense on them, and they don't always seem like the most put together of people. You have to admit that. Like, a lot of socialists are crazy, like legitimately. Like, these are people who spend all day in their houses and they read a lot of books, and there's nothing wrong with reading books, but like, they're reading books from extremist authors who are giving them very specific ideas about how the world works, and they become crazy from it. Let me see. Thank you for the super chat, King Peter. I appreciate it. Autumn says, I hate conservative and neoliberal governments too. Well, look, hey, already got some areas that we overlap. I'm further left of both of them, but if you're worried about corruption, leaving it up to private entities is an even worse idea. Well, no, it's not a worse idea, Autumn, because I don't have to interact with private entities. I have to interact with the government. I know that because I had to send the government several $1,000s a couple weeks ago. I have to interact with the government. I can choose not to interact with private entities. There is no private entity in this universe that I am forced to interact with. Those are voluntary associations based on, a mutual interest. Like, if I want something out of your store, I'm going to go to the store, I'm going to pay you money for that thing, you're going to give me the thing, and I'm going to leave. Like, that is a voluntary interaction. If I need a job from a private company, I'm going to say, here's what I can do for you, and here is how much I want you to pay me. And they either say yes or no. And, it's a completely voluntary interaction. I don't need to do anything. In fact, it's in my best interest oftentimes to avoid places that I have no desire to interact with at all. But the government, I have no choice about that, because if I don't do things like pay taxes, they're going to come to my house with guns and try to arrest me. So what's going to happen when our perfect socialist government decides that they really don't like people like me saying, I think you guys are corrupt and I don't like the way you're distributing resources. And they're like, too bad, give us all your money anyway, and give us your private property. And by the way, give us your house and give us your car and give us your kids, because they are making that argument, and give us your computers and give us, and Carlin, because you are abolishing all private property, you don't get to have computers or a webcam or internet anymore, because now the government owns everything and we don't like the things that you're saying, so you are compelled to give it to us. Do you see like the problem here? Government is different from private entities except for one factor. They are legal monopolies with the exclusive control of violence and land. So Autumn, I would say that, like, I think that we have some things in common, in that I think that we both probably see inherent corruption. The difference between us is that you seem to trust government to be able to fix that inherent corruption, and I don't trust government, any government, whether it be conservative, liberal, socialist, some other made up thing. I don't trust any of them to fix the corruption, because absolute power corrupts absolutely. Shauna says the government has so much control, there are literally laws that forbid me from collecting rainwater. That's how selfish the government is. Rainwater. Yeah, there are laws that tell me I can't grow a plant or smoke a plant. Like, what the fuck? There are laws that tell me what I can and cannot do with my own body. That is a completely voluntary interaction. You know, I mean, it makes no sense. The elites are all out to get us, not sure where the solutions are, but decentralized is a part of it. I agree with that, Liz, quite a bit. Beth says big government is the problem. I think all government is the problem. All government is the problem. But I will settle for small if I have to choose between big government and small government, I'll settle for small government right now, but eventually I'd really like no government. That'd be pretty great. Jackie H says the first line to the Beatles' The Taxman song is, "Let me tell you how it's gonna be." Exactly. Exactly.
Is informed, especially in Sean's chapter, by analyses that explain why the value abstraction remains dominant even when the demand for labour begins to decline. Even and especially through periods of crisis such as our own, in which circuits of circulation and circuits of reproduction become disaggregated. But antisocial reproduction is intended as a polyvalent term, which for my co-authors and I also invokes the centrality of the negative in queer theory's antisocial
Yay,
term.
queer theory. We love queer theory.
Comparison to be made
queer
here
theory's crazy.
Between critical theory's entirely negative concept.
By the way, that thing I was explaining earlier about they want to abolish the gender binary, that comes from queer theory.
Class, in which class identity can only ever be tied to capital's abstract domination, and the importance of negativity in the queer antisocial thesis, where, as Robin Wiegman explains, and I'm quoting her now, negativity signifies
thank you, Autumn, for chatting with us. This has been very productive, I feel. You're always welcome back.
Coherence imposed on thought and lived experience. As such, it is not a negation of the social, but an intrinsic part of it, which makes negativity a crucial resource for social theory, not its quietistic, apolitical, nihilist, or defeatist foe. And Wiegman is drawing on Lauren Berlant and Lee Edelman there. There are, of course, some distinctions to be drawn out regarding how critical theory and queer theory each conceptualize the social. In queer theory, the social is inscribed with the antisocial refusal to redeem or civilize sexuality,
Jerry. I like you.
Meaning that the social persists under threat of its own dissolution, while in the Frankfurt School tradition, it describes those human activities mediated by exchange. But I think an insistence on the negative as internal to the social in both discourses marks what they have in common as attempts to critique the violent processes that undergird forms of positive.
This is, okay, so Alyssa in the chat is bringing up a really important point because I agree with you, Alyssa. She says, I don't understand. All of the socialists I talk to in real life say they hate the government. They are so confused and don't know it because they really think, and I've heard this come up over and over again too, where we've heard socialists talk about abolishing the government, abolishing the state. And I'm like, okay, I could kind of get behind that actually. But the problem is, like, I am completely fine if a group of socialists or communists or Marxists want to go to the great state of Vermont to create their little Marxist utopia. They're already doing a great job in Vermont of doing that. It would be an excellent place for them to do it. Like 75% of the population are basically communist. So why don't all of the socialists and the communists just go to Vermont and create their own little Marxist utopia? But the problem is, like, and you know, eliminate state government, reduce it, like, you know, build up whatever communist socialist systems they want to be great. The problem is that they never want to stop with just doing their thing because they don't really want to abolish government. They want to control everyone else. And so once they get their own little society created, they would slowly try to expand into New Hampshire, and that doesn't suit me. As long as they're staying in Vermont, I truly have no problem with it. I'm sorry to anyone who lives in Vermont, but, like, you know, that's where your state is going. That's just the way it is. But, like, if they stayed in their own place and they did their own thing, I would have no issue. We could trade. we could come up with systems that are mutually beneficial for both of our society, both libertarian and communist, and it'd be fine. But the problem is that they never want to stop with just that, because their goal is ultimately to build up their own government that's going to rule everyone else. They don't want to get rid of government. They just want to be the ones in charge of it. By the way, I would say the same thing is true of the conservatives and the schools. Conservatives will never argue to separate government and education, even though separating government and education is quite literally the only thing that's going to fix the public schools. It's just to remove government from education entirely. But conservatives will never argue for that. Why will conservatives never argue for that? Because they aren't opposed to indoctrination in schools. Conservatives are opposed to leftist indoctrination in schools. They are not opposed to conservative indoctrination in schools. They will never argue to abolish the government schools because they want to control the government schools. So both sides are corrupt. Both sides are doing exactly the same thing.
Of representation, abstract equality before the law, the rights-bearing citizen, and so on. So in this vein, my own chapter, for which Nat and Sean should not be held responsible yet, makes a case for a value theory.
How interesting, Shauna. Shauna says, my aunt is a revolutionary communist. Communists are evangelists. Yes, they are. Communists are evangelists. I absolutely agree.
Approach to social reproduction in an attempt to demonstrate how feminized forms of reproduction are linked to the negativity at the heart of the value form. And I think what Maya Gonzalez calls the hidden abode of reproduction usefully denotes the illegibility of a substratum of activities and processes that either cannot be rationalized and measured or are not worth it from capital's viewpoint, and must therefore be disavowed, displaced, sublated. And this negativity too is internal to the contradiction that characterizes the commodity, which appears to quite impossibly function as use value and exchange value at the same time. So the term antisocial reproduction also invokes, of course, the new discourse of social reproduction theory, or SRT. And part of my aim here is to provide an alternative to what I would call
Mark. I appreciate
the labor ontological model of social reproduction theory. And this model, I want to argue, is methodologically unable to center analyses of gay and trans social reproduction, of capitalist crises, both of value production and of labor, and analysis of the ongoing reproduction that takes place in the spaces abjected by capital's circuits. So I'll begin here with the critique of SRT. In 2017, a new collection of essays, Social Reproduction Theory, Remapping Class, Recentering Oppression, was published by Pluto Press. Edited by Tithi Bhattacharya and with a foreword by Lise Vogel, the collection marks a resurgence of interest in Marxist feminist analyses following the 2008 credit crash. Its stated objectives situate it at the center of a burgeoning field of...
For Mark's super chat, I apologize that didn't work out, Mark. I totally understand the confusion. Mark said, look to California to see your socialist future. Well, yes, absolutely look to California, but Vermont, bro. Vermont. I'm telling you, you think California's scary? Vermont is much smaller, it's much more condensed, and the overall demographics of the state are leaning extremely far left, more far left than California. Because remember, California, even though it's dominated by Democrats and like is mostly like Democrat in terms of their elected politicians, there are a lot of conservatives in California. A lot. Like a lot of very wealthy conservatives still live there. But Vermont is much different. Vermont is like, this is no joke, it's like 75% progressive at this point. And there's not a lot of like uber wealthy conservatives who live in Vermont. And it's like the equity bullshit is in all Vermont schools. all of them, and not a little bit, like a lot. And it's actually getting integrated into how the cities and the towns are planning their budgeting process. So I'm paying attention to Vermont. I want to see what Vermont's going to do, not only with the schools but also just with the cities in general. That's going to be the first state built on equity, mark my words, because again, it's smaller, it's easier to do it there. And that makes me really sad because I'm from Vermont. I grew up in Vermont. I love Vermont, and I'm watching my home state descend into a communist hellhole. Shauna says, also my uncle, her brother, is literally a preacher who served in Africa for 20 years, two sides of the same coin. Weirdly, they get along great, and we're literally Puritan descendants. Oh, isn't that funny, Shauna? It's funny how that all works out. Thank you for the super chat.
Social reproduction feminism, debated in the pages of Viewpoint, Verso, the Pluto blog, and the journals Historical Materialism and Science and Society. In a video introducing the collection, Bhattacharya explains, social reproduction theory asks the question, if workers produce commodities, who produces the worker? So social reproduction theory is really about the social processes that produce labour power as a commodity, and how the production of labour power is connected to and imbricated with the social processes that produce other commodities. So social reproduction theory's methodologies and operative concepts.
Is this person talking about how, like, is this person doing a backhanded into like, I mean, social reproduction? Is this person, like, hang on, I just want to go back and like look at what she, because there was social reproduction theory asked the question is really about how the production of labor power is connected to something else. So social reproduction theory is about the production of labor power. What do we think she means? Social reproduction theory is about the production of labor power. Kurt says, I think that it's the laborer does not exist without society creating the laborer. Yeah, but I'm going one step further. I agree with you, Kurt. Labor does not exist without society creating the laborer. But is it, yes, labor power equals workers, exactly. But are they saying the literal creation of workers? How are workers being created? Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding. That's what I'm thinking. Reproduction. They think sexual reproduction is labor and creates labor. Exactly. Exactly. Oh shit, Brooklyn. Controlling the means of production, non-binary state. What happens, guys? What happens when we make our perfect world full of days where everyone is sterilized because they all went on the cross-sex hormones? We have our world full of days. Who's producing the labor power of the state then? Kurt says, I think it's the social role worker. She means asexual reproduction. She's in beyond non-binary time. That's exactly, I'm tracking on that, Kurt. All right, let's listen to this part again because this lady's about to spout some crazy shit. Mark my words.
So social reproduction theory's methodologies and operative concepts are most promising, I think, where, as in this formulation, they attend to the relationship between the abstract and the concrete. Indeed, Bhattacharya is most compelling when she suggests how, quote, the process of accumulation seeks to organize and shape social categories of race, sexuality, and gender. Or, as another leading theorist of social reproduction, Cinzia Arruzza, puts it, quote, the logic of capitalism is pervasive. That is, it has the capacity of colouring all other social relationships, which is one of the grounds for speaking of a contradictory and articulated moving totality, end quote. And I think formulations like these helpfully avoid economistic understandings of capitalist domination, which tend to miss that economic relations are social relations. But SRT is more often emphatically economistic. In her own essay from the Social Reproduction Theory collection, How Not to Skip Class, Bhattacharya argues that non-wage social relations are formed in response to capital labor relations.
Non-wage, hang on, let me just rewind this so you can see it on the hang on. Where was it? Shit. There it is. Non-wage social relations outside of, hang on, are a response. Where the heck was it? This is important. Let's listen again.
Bhattacharya argues that non-wage social relations are formed in response to capital labor relations.
Non-wage social relations are formed in response to capital labor relations. What do you think she means by that? Non-wage social relations are formed in response to capital labor relations. She means the biological family. What these people think is that children, because children are considered to be private property of their parents, then children are being exploited by their parents for profit. This is like, it goes back to like, we know when kids were in coal mines and stuff like that. This is abolish the family stuff. It's just abolish the family in code. Shauna says, as someone who has had family meals with communists and understands they mean your family, never theirs. That is a really good point, Shauna. Like rules for thee, but not for me. Thank you for that. It's all about getting rid of the family. That's exactly right. This is why we need to really listen to them to understand, because again, I told you guys at the beginning, they speak in code. This is why we need to really read between the lines with what they're saying.
She writes, the social relations outside of wage labour are not accidental to it, but take specific historical form in response to it. For instance, the gendered nature of reproduction of labour power has conditioning impulses for the extraction of surplus value. Similarly, the heterosexist...
She just said that women are being exploited because they are the ones who are giving birth to the children, and this is unpaid. They're giving birth to the children and then caring for the children, and this is exploited, unwaged labor. That's what she just said. Does that make sense to everyone?
Form of the family unit is sustained by capital's needs for the generational replacement of the labor force. And
the family, I'm sorry I'm pausing so much, but this is just, I need to like break this down for you guys. The family unit, she just said, is to replace the generational capital labor. Let's listen to this last part again. We're going to go back like, 15 seconds or so.
Form in response to it.
What you're going to hear is she's going to say, women who give birth and care for children are being exploited for their unpaid labor, and that the family only exists to produce more children, which will be exploited to create more capital, essentially.
For instance, the gendered nature of reproduction of labour power has conditioning impulses for the extraction of surplus value.
Birth.
Similarly, the heterosexist form of the family unit is sustained by capital's needs for the generational replacement of the labour force.
The heterosexist form of the family unit. That's the biological family, folks. Does everyone see what I just pointed out? I know we're getting really nitpicky and in the weeds on this one, but does everyone see what she's actually saying? Let's listen to it one more time just to be sure.
The social relations outside of wage labour are not accidental to it, but take specific historical form in response to it. For instance, the gendered nature of reproduction of labour power has conditioning impulses for the extraction of surplus value. Similarly, the heterosexist form of the family unit is sustained by capital's needs for the generational replacement of the labour force.
The generational replacement of the labor force. What that means is that if people stop having biological kids, then they aren't going to be able to replenish the labor force. But they're also saying that women who have biological kids are being exploited by capitalism and are being forced to give unpaid labor when they are having the kids and then caring for the kids. Does anyone have any questions in the chat? This is a really important point, and I just want to make sure that people are getting it. And if you have questions, no harm, no foul. Like, I really just want to make sure people in the chat are understanding what this person is actually saying. And sorry, I'm just taking a quick pause. And guys, please mount that like button. You're watching Socialism Saturday. We do this on Saturdays at 6 p.m. It's fun times. I'm about to open a beer. Jackie said these people speak like robots, not human. Well, no, they speak in code and they have a different. It sounds like they're speaking English, but they're not because they're speaking in code. And you learn how to understand them after you get immersed in kind of their culture. I've been doing this like for 8 months now, and so I've learned how to speak their language essentially. Got it? Hard to follow. Thank you for going over that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think people are getting it. So Kimberly, I appreciate this vulnerability. I'm not the brightest bulb in the box, Kimberly. I'm sure you do just fine. Listen, guys, if you are watching Socialism Saturday right now, you are smarter than the average person. I promise you, you are smarter than you think. Even if you're just being here trying. Just want to apologize in advance if I make a stupid comment or ask an asinine question. The speaker is terrifying me with her ideas. There are no stupid comments or questions on Socialism Saturday. There are stupid comments and questions other days of the week, but Socialism Saturday is complex. It is difficult. You're doing just fine, Kimberly. The fact that you're showing up and listening is like half of the battle. And remember, guys, they use this language to confuse us. They use this language because they know that we don't listen and understand them, and they use it to bore the shit out of us. Because when they make us they bore us, then we stop listening.
End quote. This is a confusing statement, I think. Marx's presentation in Capital of a dialectical unity of production and circulation is displaced here by a unity of production and reproduction. For Bhattacharya, the wage relation gives form to gendered social reproduction, but gendered reproduction also conversely conditions labour power, or the processes through which surplus value is extracted. And I point to this semblance of a dialectical totality because I believe it's symptomatic of a conceptual limit point native to social reproduction theory, which finds its analytical basis in an investigation of, quote, the relationship between processes of producing human labour power and processes of producing value, end quote. And thus consistently emphasize.
So fun fact, I just got an email from someone who I would bet money is actually watching the stream as we speak. And they started the email, I'm never going to actively support you. I think your politics are bad. I appreciate your Socialism Saturdays, though. They're very good. Like, all right, well, you're welcome to not support me, but why do you think that I would take anything that you have to say seriously after you say, I'm never going to support you, but please listen to what I have to say because you have to do. Basically, this person is asking me to work for them for free. I don't think that that's gonna have the result that they want. So go fuck yourself, the person who sent me that, honestly. Like who the fuck do you think you are? Jackie said, I think that I am trying to understand their logic and need to I think that I'm trying to understand their logic and need to control. Well, because they want power. So guys, on my Substack, carlin.substack.com, I have a series called The Woke Mind. And it's right in the menu at the upper top. It's a whole series of articles where I'm breaking down the psychology of the woke mindset and explaining all of this. And so that would be a resource, Jackie, that I would point you to. The Woke Mind on carlin.substack.com. All of the articles are free in it. And you can find it in the upper menu.
As labour power as the pivot point between production and reproduction. The methodological centrality of labour power in social reproduction feminism brings with it analytical and political problems. Indeed, SRT's figuration of reproduction as a precondition for production requires that it retain a rigid conceptual distinction between productive and reproductive.
Thanks, Milo.
A distinction asserted in Bhattacharya's note that, quote, capitalism generates a set of two distinct relations that are nevertheless unified, the particular relations that adhere to production and to reproduction. But this distinction is not self-evident. And as Bhattacharya herself notes, quote, the two processes may be ongoing within the same space. For Marx, production is a moment in the larger process of social reproduction. And as the Endnotes Collective has shown, drawing a clean line between production and reproduction results in the kind of empiricism that he was at pains to critique. Quote, because what we are trying to name cannot be defined as a specific set of activities according to their use value or concrete character. So while we might identify concrete activities as messy or sensuous reproductive tasks, doing so tells us little about their structural relationship to capital, since these tasks might well be mediated by a wage. Why then does SRT retain the production-reproduction binary? For a few reasons I want to suggest, but methodologically because SRT, in Bhattacharya's rendering at least, is based on a workerist position that ontologizes labour as the basis of all societies, including capitalism. She argues that, quote, Marx's understanding of the theatre of capitalism as a totality is important because at this point in the argument in Capital Volume 1, Marx has already established that, unlike bourgeois economics, which sees the commodity as the central character of this narrative, supply and demand dictate the market. In his view, in Marx's view, labour is
thank you for dropping by and thank you for the super chats.
Thus, what happens to labour, specifically how labour creates value and consequently surplus value, shapes the entirety of the capitalist process of production. End quote. This notion of the shaping role of labour, as it mediates a totality of social reproduction, builds on Marx's idea of labour as the living, form-giving fire. It means that despite the gesture to a dialectical unity of production and reproduction, a misleading trope in any case, labour is given centre stage as the protagonist of capitalism, while reproduction takes form in response to production. Basing a theory of social reproduction on labour brings other political problems too, not least of which is SRT's tendency to figure the disruption of reproduction as merely a route to disrupting the production of the waged worker. Bhattacharya entrenches this ordering gesture when she draws on Raymond Williams' 1981 observation regarding race and gender-based struggles that, quote, there is not one of these issues which, followed through, fails to lead us into the central systems of the industrial capitalist mode of production, end quote. In this way, SRT engages a very similar kind of flattening or universalizing gesture to that which traditional Marxism performs when it affirms the waged worker as the revolutionary subject. Moreover, SRT's narrow focus on reproduction as work or unpaid labour and on the family unit, even in its queer iterations, ends up making social reproduction
Did you guys hear what I just heard? Even in the family unit, even in its queer iterations, what does a queer iteration of the family unit mean? Does anyone want to take a guess? It could be, well, yes, I mean, I think this is, but the term heterosexist that she used earlier is going to throw this off because, or homonormative, excuse me, homonormative. Does anyone know what homonormativity means? This is another queer Marxism thing. So it's not actually just about, no, it's not, no. This is not, when she says queer family units, she does not mean two gay people having a kid. Because in the land of queer Marxism, that type of family unit, two parents having kids, even if they're gay, same-sex couples, that is going to be considered an example of homonormativity, which means queer people ascribing to heteronormativity. It means basically, it means gay people are trying to act like straight people. That's what it means. And these people don't like it when gay people just try to like be normal and have like families just like straight people do. That goes entirely against the idea of queer Marxism. More commonly with queer family units, what they're talking about, again, they want to eliminate the gender binary, right? They also want to eliminate anything that upholds the system because one of their goals is to destabilize the system. It's their idea of queering the family. It is anything that is outside of what we perceive to be the traditional family unit. So we could be talking about like multi-family households. We could be talking about polyships, polyamorous relationships where people have like more than one partner essentially. You can have two moms and a dad or three dads and a mom. Like those sorts of things. You know? That's what we're talking about. Let's listen to this part again.
In this way, SRT engages a very similar kind of flattening or universalizing gesture to that which traditional Marxism performs when it affirms the waged worker as the revolutionary subject. Moreover, SRT's narrow focus on reproduction as work or unpaid labour and on the family unit, even in its queer iterations, ends up making social reproduction struggles occupy the form of workerist struggles. It ends up obscuring other forms of antisocial, non-familial, trans and queer reproduction and risks reinscribing the colonial and heteronormative forms it seeks to critique.
Oh, Brooklyn. Brooklyn just put this so brilliantly. Anything like that they say is like queer, it's about the normalization of anything that is not heteronormative. What that means is not what the current standard is in society. So anything that is like the opposite of what is currently happening, that's what queer is, generally speaking. Would the Giver family be a good example? Well, yes and no. The Giver family would be a good example because in the Giver, all children were born via surrogacy, and so and they were assigned to the family by the state, and so and sometimes they took the kids like back from the family. Like that would actually be like a good example of like an abolish the family thing. But in the Giver, they still had two parents. So maybe not in regards to that. If it were like, a polyamorous relationship and a multi-couple household where like, you've got all these moms running around and basically all these kids and like they're all just raising each other's kids, that would be a better example of what they mean by like a queer family. And everyone's sleeping with everyone else. that sort of thing.
In part, this arises from SRT's tendency to examine reproduction in terms that nearly always translate to the expressly concrete, the embodied, the biological, the physical and arduous tasks of cooking, cleaning and caring, whether in the frame of a single household or in the context of global migration and labour patterns. Like Silvia Federici's hopes for the kitchen commons, there's a whiff of earthy moralism about this, I think, as the sensuous is opposed to the abstract in implicitly
they don't want people to have their
terms.
What role does abortion play in their plans? If they want to abolish the biological family, which means, and they want all children to be born via surrogacy, which means they do not want people having their own biological children, then abortion and shouting your abortion and celebrating abortion and promoting abortion and coming up with 8,000 ways to have an abortion and teaching people how to have an abortion in their own house, a bathroom abortion, if you will. Of course it plays into their plans because they don't want people to have their own biological children, because they say that having your own biological children is unpaid labor. No, they're not talking about forcing it. No, that's not true. No one is forcing anyone to do anything. They are normalizing it and making it freely available and encouraging people to do it and supporting people doing it and incentivizing people doing it because they want to eliminate people having their own biological children. Because when you have biological children, your ties to those biological children are going to be stronger than your ties would ever be to the state. And they want your ties to the state and your reliance on the state to be the only thing that actually matters.
The centrality of labour in social reproduction theory is part and parcel of a political commitment to an argument about labour as a potential. Bhattacharya argues that
don't spam
quote,
my chat.
only a
Ashkas.
struggle of worker insurgency will have the power to rupture capital.
Hang on. Stop spamming my chat right now. You're getting put in a timeout. If you keep doing it, you're going to be banned. Kimberly said, for the time and work you put into teaching what is truly going on in these groups, saying thank you feels insufficient. We can't defend ourselves against what we don't understand. My utmost respect and gratitude to you, Carlin. I really appreciate it, Kimberly. I'm going to take a little picture of this and do it as a little testimonial if you don't mind. Thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Guys, if you appreciate the work I'm doing, of course, I would always love you to support it. Go to carlin.substack.com. You can sign up for $5 a month, $50 a year, monthly donations, annual donations. They help me to plan things out. And so I really do appreciate it. You can always send in super chats. There are a million other ways. But honestly, the very best thing that you can do to support me is by coming to the channel regularly, sharing the content out with your friends, making sure that even if YouTube doesn't notify you that I'm streaming, that you're coming anyway, because I stream almost every single day of the week and I post content in between. Like mounting that like button will help. Commenting on things, even if it's just leaving a comment, will help. Like, I know that not everyone is in a position to financially support it, and that's totally fine. But please share the content with your friends, share the content with your family, help me expand and grow the audience of people that want to learn. I'm not willing to have people that just want to cause bullshit and problems, but I would love to have more people that want to learn, and I do appreciate that. Jackie says, Carlin, what is the name of your Substack? My Substack is called Actively Unwoke, and the URL for it, the main one, is carlin.substack.com. It's scrolling across the bottom. I have many different Substacks. I also have thecult.substack.com, which you can sign up for if you want to get notifications about my live streams independent of YouTube. I have an Unwoke Art Substack, all that stuff. You can find more links in the description below, but carlin.substack.com is my main Substack, and it's what I'm trying to push the most content out through, so that's the one I would recommend signing up for. And I do appreciate it.
Hidden abode and return the control of our sensuous, tactile, creative capacity to labour to where it truly belongs, to ourselves. End quote. What's not stated here, though it's implicit in the conflation of labour and ourselves as one and the same thing, the place where our capacity belongs, is a view of labour as ontological, a natural activity common to all societies, as opposed to a social relation and an abstraction specific to capitalism. This transhistorical view confuses labour in capitalism with labour in general. It forgets the fact that, as Moshe Postone has pointed out, it's only because labour and commodities are accorded their social character indirectly in capitalism that they acquire two dimensions in the first place. SRT does not pursue the abolition of labour, but its reorganisation. And what disappears in this view is the thought of a world where the distinction between labour and non-labour.
Hang on. Kimberly, I would suggest if you're going to sign up for only one of my Substacks, do carlin.substack.com, because I do premium content on that one, like a lot of premium content that's only available for people who actually like fund it. There's some there's free content on there as well, but I mostly do premium stuff, and that's going to be the one you get the most bang for your buck out of. There are other ones too. Those are completely optional. They're just there if people want to sign up for them and want to support them, which of course I appreciate. But if you're going to sign up for one of them, it's carlin.substack.com. That would be my personal recommendation. Emphasize says, why does woke Stockholm Syndrome stick so well? Well, all Stockholm Syndrome sticks so well. I wouldn't just say it's woke. But I would, it's because they create an echo chamber for themselves because they don't listen to anyone outside of their echo chamber would be my kind of high level idea on that. Emphasize. Thank you for the super chat.
No longer exists. A critique of antisocial reproduction, on the other hand, begins from the premise that the most fundamental organising force of social reproduction in capitalism is not labour, but the value abstraction. Social reproduction is both a question of abstraction considered in terms of abstract social relations and their mediations, and abstraction in its unmasked sense, in the sense of extraction, removal, or disposal. Bhattacharya claims that SRT, quote, reveals the essence category of capitalism, its animating force, to be human labour and not commodities, end quote. But while labour is certainly capitalism's animating force, insofar as it's the only way in which surplus value can be produced, capitalism's essence
I need a beer. Does anyone else need a beer?
At all.
I'm going to get a beer.
It's the empty abstraction we call value. Marx's famous description of labour as the living, form-giving fire, the transitoriness of things, their temporality.
Let's do a blueberry lemon bar beer.
Already suggests what his analysis in Capital will more explicitly argue, which is that it's precisely the abstract nature of value, its emptiness as a form without essence or content, that enables capital to move itself, to act as the self-expanding automatic subject of impersonal compulsions. Value thus takes multiple forms of appearance, as money and as various types of commodities, including labour power, assuming and shedding forms
a nice
as
red.
It expands
Cheers,
through the circuit
guys.
of accumulation. What does this mean for a critique of reproduction and feminization? As much of our audience today will know, Alfred Sonrethel first theorized this movement of capital using the concept of real abstraction, underlining Marx's point in Capital that the exchange abstraction arises not through thought, but through people's actions, thus arising behind their backs. For Sonrethel, real abstraction comes about by force of the action of exchange. And in this sense, the abstraction of exchange value is the logical kernel organizing what he calls the social synthesis. We could contrast this to Moshe Postone's thesis that real abstraction first emerges not in the exchange relation, but from the way in which concrete and abstract labour reciprocally determine each other. But without getting into the details of that disagreement, we can observe that for Postone, as for Sonrethel, it's the abstract, which is to say the relational, shape-shifting and non-cognitive character of value that allows it to pass itself off as a natural category, and one that peddles other abstractions too. In Sonrethel's account, quote, use value becomes a matter of ideal representation and thus turns out to be abstract. And in Postone's, quote, the self-grounding moment of labour in capitalism imparts an objective character to labour. The question of whether capitalist abstractions emerge from the petrifications of exchange or the mediations of labor
Thank you,
is in the
Tracy.
end moot, since both.
Just so you guys know, we're kind of in like a word salad stage of this presentation right now. She's saying a lot of words, but I don't actually think it really means anything. If people are extracting meaning from what she's saying, please let me know in the chat, but I'm not picking up on any inherent meaning. I'm picking up on word salad. And so if it sounds like it's impossible to understand, there's a reason for that. It's not you, it's them. Tracy says, if I had to watch this and understand it myself, I wouldn't make it through very many videos, but you make watching it enjoyable. That's what I'm trying to do here, Tracy, and I do appreciate it.
As both Michael Heinrich and Joshua Clover have pointed out, the logic of capital presupposes a contradictory unity of production and circulation. The point is that capitalist abstractions make the concrete abstract too. Socialisms and mediations of capitalist abstractions dialectically cast supposedly non-abstract qualities and processes into abstractions too, I want to argue, is crucial for theories of social reproduction, where categories like use value and concrete labour might be substituted for other supposedly concrete qualities like gender or race. What precisely is abstract about them, though? And what does that mean, not only for how we might reconfigure theories of social reproduction, but for how we engage in social reproduction struggles? Along with the concept of real abstraction,
what she's saying,
new
Douglas,
readings of Marx
let us
provide
know.
other useful conceptual tools that can help us to think about how social reproduction is shaped globally and intimately. From Diane Elson's value theory of labour, which explains how value as a one-sided and apparently independent abstraction socially fixes labour, to the concept of form determination developed in the new readings of Marx and in my co-panellist Chris O'Kane's work, to my other co-panellist Werner Baumfeld's argument that the law of value depends on another constitutive presupposition, that of the system of permanent primitive accumulation, which develops on the logic and by the force of, he argues, the continual separation of the proletarian from her means of reproduction in a process of dispossession and class antagonism. This is the reproduction of a generalized dependence on the wage that must be re-established at every moment. Perhaps the most important insight that theories of value and abstraction bring to theories of social reproduction is that the times and spaces of social reproduction do not, structurally speaking, constitute an outside capital accumulation conceived as the totality of value relations, even if they constitute an outside to value production. Rather, they're more...
I feel like she's tiptoeing around a point that I can't quite put my finger on what she's actually saying. But I feel like we're about to get hit in the face with something, and I don't know exactly where she's going, but I'm getting that feeling where there's something eerie about what she's saying. Emphasize says, so she's getting at POC are all more controllable. That's not, I don't think that's the point that she's making, Emphasize, but thank you for the super chat. Yeah, it's deliberately, anytime these people get deliberately fluffy and flowery in their language, my spidey senses go off and I'm like, what are they really talking about? What's going on? What are they obfuscating?
Darkly imbricated with accumulation than we might think. And my basic claim in my chapter, to return to my opening comments, is that what is antisocial about social reproduction is internal to it. What is antisocial about social reproduction is also, therefore, what is social about it. And if such claims appear to hew too close to the sort of naysaying nihilism of which communization theory is regularly accused, then it's also worth underlining their dialectical implications. If we understand real abstraction as an antisocial process of reduction or extraction, as an emptying out of the particulars of complex social processes that makes history appear as the linear movement of natural ideal forms, then it's also true that these capitalist forms and categories are themselves thoroughly social, since they're constituted through the very social processes they obscure. Beginning with the category of value rather than labour is thus not simply a matter of theoretical fine-tuning, but a point of feminist critique. A Marxian critique of antisocial reproduction might persuasively draw on a long history of work in feminist and queer theory to denaturalize gender and sex. It also casts doubt upon Bhattacharya's common.
She just said queer theory denaturalizes gender and sex. Let's go back. I want to listen to this again. That's important. I understand what that means. This is like one of those, I explained this at the beginning, where they say like 20 paragraphs of nonsense, and then in like the very first sentence of the 21st paragraph, they say something that's actually important that you have to pick out. Queer theory denaturalizes gender and sex. That's what she just said. Yeah, dialectic is definitely, well, dialectic, yeah, that dialectic just means language, guys. That the language that they use is their greatest weapon against us. I'm trying to figure out this antisocial reproductive thing. I can't quite put my finger on it yet, Sin, but let me listen to this part again.
Ideal forms, then it's also true that these capitalist forms and categories are themselves thoroughly social, since they're constituted through the very social processes they obscure. Beginning with the category of value rather than labour is thus not simply a matter of theoretical fine-tuning, but a point of feminist critique. A Marxian critique of antisocial reproduction might persuasively draw on a long history of work in feminist and queer theory to denaturalize gender and sex.
Denaturalizes gender and sex.
It also casts doubt upon Bhattacharya's common sense assertion that, quote, the wage labour relation suffuses the spaces of non-waged everyday life, end quote, because a critique of antisocial reproduction gets us closer to an understanding of how the spaces of non-wage.
Hang on, Douglas is giving us some information here. I appreciate it, Douglas. Okay, so it works like this. Whenever you hear the words form, abstract, or idea, this falls into a category of knowledge called idealism, which is in opposition to knowledge from the five senses. Or so it's like this innate form of knowing. Epistemology, everyone knows as a, so it's like that inner source of knowing sort of thing that James Lindsay says is like Gnostic, which I disagree with James Lindsay on the Gnostic stuff. I agree with him on almost everything. I don't agree with him on the Gnostic stuff at all. At least to the best of my understanding. I haven't listened to a lot of it, but what I've heard him say I don't agree with on that specific category, not most other things.
Everyday life are differentially suffused, often to the point of not being suffused at all. Instead, these spaces are abandoned by capital. Its shaping force is felt only negatively. And as a critique of value, I think this gets us closer to comprehending what's really antisocial about social reproduction writ large, which is the fact that the messy, sensuous, gendering, racializing, violent and deathly processes of social reproduction are shaped and delimited by abstractions which have no essential content, but nevertheless constitute, to borrow Marx's ironic reference to money, the real community. Thank you for listening.
That's oh God, thank God. I want like this one was
thank you so much,
wild.
Amy. Our third speaker is Chris O'Kane. Chris.
Well, thanks, Christian. Thanks to everyone who's come. Thanks to the organizers.
We're about to get hit in the face with some queer theory right here. This is queer theory.
Task of trying to finish out this panel following these two wonderful and rich papers.
I have bingo cards.
And the way that I'm going to try and do that is by sort of drawing them together and talking about critical theory, theories of crisis, permanent catastrophe. And sort of with a mind to this question of, I guess, what is the role, what might be the importance of critical theory in the 21st century. and I'm going to read it. It is a commonplace to say that the 2008 crisis has led to a revival of interest in Marx, and with it, the revitalization of the left. At the same time, the period since 2008 has been characterized as one of crisis or one of crises. And this has led a number of thinkers to argue that one of Marx's crisis theories can explain our current moment, to draw on Marxian thinkers to analyze a crisis of neoliberal hegemony or of political legitimacy, or to develop theories of the systematic or multifaceted economic, ecological, reproductive, and political crises we now face from the perspective of their overcoming. Yet as far as I know, nobody has investigated the character of this revival of Marx, nor of these theories of crisis, nor how they pertain to capitalism and its overcoming.
I would say James Lindsay has done that. You just
nobody,
don't like him.
with the exception of Christos Mimos's forthcoming or very recently published book, has considered how Frankfurt School critical theory and the idea of permanent catastrophe pertains to these issues.
Permanent catastrophe.
So in my talk today,
what do they mean by permanent catastrophe? Relating back to queer theory. You just said permanent catastrophe. And as you're thinking about what they might mean by that, I'm going to remind you that the 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever: gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. Permanent catastrophe is going to be one crisis after another, after another, after another. They're going to utilize every crisis as an opportunity. They're trying to do this right now with trying to make that guy that died on the subway, and I don't even know that much about this, was like Jordan Neely, is that his name? That they're trying to make him the new George Floyd because they're trying to create a catastrophe. James Lindsay has been warning about trans Floyd or drag Floyd for months now. They are desperate beyond belief for a conservative to kill a drag queen or a trans person. They will jump on that like you have never seen before. And by the way, they're probably going to stage like a false flag thing if conservatives don't do it. So please, guys, like, it only takes one person doing something really stupid to give these people everything they want. If we're talking about a state of permanent catastrophe, they are constantly trying to destabilize the system, okay? So please keep that in mind. This is why it is so important that we must be smart about how we're doing things, that we don't just backlash against things we don't like, that we don't just become reactionary, that we don't become like them and use violence as the weapon, because it's only going to take one person doing something stupid to set off a goddamn firestorm that these people will utilize exactly like they utilized George Floyd, except next time it's going to be worse.
I intend to do both in a provocative manner by drawing on some of the fundamental ideas of an approach to Frankfurt School critical theory that has been developed by Werner, the authors in the aforementioned Sage Handbook of Frankfurt School critical theory, and the authors of the Critical Theory and Critique of Society book series, and in a number of my own articles. Rather than sort of citing them or diving into them, I sort of draw on them. Although I see most of the people attending the talk in the Zoom room, may sort of expect a more academic approach. So if people sort of are interested in these articles that this talk is based on, just go ahead and email me and I'll be happy to send you a copy. Anyway, this approach conceives of the early Frankfurt School of Adorno, Horkheimer, Benjamin, and others as expounding a heterodox Marxist critique of traditional theory and a critical theory of capitalist society. Elements of which have been echoed and further developed by thinkers who are not seen as Frankfurt School critical theorists, due to the association and the development of Frankfurt School critical theory with figures such as Jürgen Habermas, Axel Honneth, and their interlocutors. So first, I'm going to sort of outline the distinction between traditional and critical theory and traditional and critical Marxism in these approaches.
No
and then
kidding,
on this
James
basis, I will
Jones.
sort of
Wow.
argue that with the exception of communization theory, that the revival of interest in Marx and theories of crisis that draw on these understandings of Marx propose to overcome these crises by unwittingly developing a more progressive type of capitalism. And this is because, I claim not only is the Marx that is the object of this revival and development a traditional interpretation of Marx, but it is also because the ideas of capitalism, crisis, and democratic socialism that are part of these interpretations and theories are traditional theories. And then in distinction, I will sort of outline a critical theory of the reproduction of the negative totality of capitalist society as one of permanent catastrophe. And I hope that in doing this, I will point to the importance of Frankfurt School critical theory in the 21st century.
Wait, hang on. I just want to listen
Now,
to that.
According to Horkheimer, permanent catastrophe. And I hope that in doing this, I will point to the...
Sorry, my bad.
Are part of these interpretations and theories are traditional theories. And then in distinction, I will sort of outline a critical theory of the reproduction of the negative totality of capitalist society as one of permanent catastrophe.
Okay, so hang on, I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry. So okay. Do you know how just a couple seconds ago we talked about the fact that these people will use every single catastrophe, every single crisis in order to make progress to advance their goals? Now compare that to what he just said. He is blaming capitalism for the existence of a society of permanent catastrophes. Okay, so when George Floyd died, you know who is to blame for that? Capitalism. Because they see the police as an extension of capitalism. And so capitalism was to blame for George Floyd's death. And so we have to attack capitalism because capitalism kills people who are addicted to fentanyl and stuff like that. So I want people to understand this. Again, when I say the 4 goals of the woke left are, and I repeat this a lot because I need you guys to understand, and I'm going to force you, whether you like it or not, to memorize this. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. Those are always their 4 goals. What this person has just said is that a state of permanent catastrophe is the result of capitalism. And actually, he's gone one step farther. He has said that critical theory says that the state of permanent catastrophe is the result of capitalism. So permanent catastrophe is what they utilize to destabilize the system. And then once they destabilize the system, they blame capitalism for the destabilization of the system because they want to rile people up against capitalism, not looking at the actual problems, but they want to blame capitalism because if they don't blame capitalism, they can never usher in their Marxist utopia. I'm going to play this one more time and we're going to move on, but I want you guys to listen to this. He is saying that critical theory says that capitalism results in a state of permanent catastrophe. And they need you to think that because every time there's some sort of catastrophe that they're going to take advantage of, they are going to blame capitalism for it. And I want you also to listen anytime you hear these people talking about like these catastrophes on the news, always listen for how many times they mention capitalism. Because they always mention it. In every, like, not even in this stuff, in the woke trainings that we watch that are like one level below this stuff, they mention capitalism every single time. They need to blame capitalism for everything because that's how they're going to enact their Marxist revolution. Because if they can't rile people up against capitalism, they will never be able to replace it. So we're going to listen to it one more time and then we're just going to keep going. But I want to make sure you know what you're listening for.
is that Marx, that is the object of this revival and development, a traditional interpretation of Marx, but it is also because the ideas of capitalism, crisis, and democratic socialism that are part of these interpretations and theories are traditional theories. And then in distinction, I will sort of outline a critical theory of the reproduction of the negative totality of capitalist society as one of permanent catastrophe. And I hope that in doing this, I will point to the importance of Frankfurt School critical theory in the 21st century.
Yes, the Frankfurt School will answer all our questions.
Now, according
Absolutely.
to Horkheimer and Adorno, traditional theory was a normative and diagnostic theory, one that proceeded from an enlightened standpoint within the capitalist division of labor that sought to further its progressive development by determining how different social ills could be remedied by the norms and the institutions of modern society. The critical theory of society, on the other hand, conceived of domination and suffering as intrinsic to the negative totality of capitalist society, including the economy, the state, and the family, premised on the external and the internal domination of nature. Later thinkers, who are often grouped in value form theory or the new reading of Marx, developed an interpretation of the critique of political economy as a critical social theory. These interpreters of Marx oppose this critical theory interpretation of Marx and of the critique of political economy in particular to traditional Marxism. Like traditional theory, traditional Marxism proceeded from a standpoint within capitalist society. In this case, the standpoint of labor served as the criterion to critique the unfair distribution of property and wealth. Socialism, in contrast, was conceived as the realization of labor via the dictatorship of the proletariat through the public ownership of property and the proceeds of labor. The critical theory interpretation of the critique of political economy, on the other hand, held that capitalism was a historically specific negative totality, and that socialism could only be achieved by the emancipatory abolition of the state, the economy, and labor. Now, of course, time and space certainly prevents a thorough recapitulation of the reception of Marx from 2000 to the present, and of the crisis theories associated with this Marx reception. Nonetheless, I will contend that the early reception of Marx, around 2008, Occupy, the UK student movement, the movement of the squares, brought together the insights of value form theory, communization theory, and notions of a secular crisis. But following the ebb of this cycle of struggles, this reception of Marx was superseded by a traditional interpretation of Marx, and the development of theories, of a number of theories of crisis. In this perspective, the 2008 crisis may have been resolved by the government bailout of the banks, but it had been displaced into crises of neoliberal political legitimacy, into austerity, into crises of social reproduction. Coupled with the pressing issue of climate change and the rise of democratic socialism, this set the stage for a number of theories of capitalism and crisis that drew on and extended Marx in order to conceive of neoliberal capitalist profits as responsible for these crises of democracy, of social reproduction, and of nature. Now, a number of approaches and a number of thinkers have developed interpretations of Marx and interpretations of particular crises on this basis. While others...
Hang on, we got a super chat. Brandon, thank you. Sorry, I'm a slow typist. That's all right. I believe the previous speaker was saying that reproduction has no value beyond creating workers and should only be done with permission from the government. Yes, that is absolutely partially correct, Brandon, but like take it a next step further. Like, it's not that they do not want the biological family to exist. We know that because we've seen it on several Socialism Saturdays, and her critique, what it specifically mentioned the queering of the traditional family unit, which is all about this idea of abolishing the traditional heteronormative biological family as we currently know it. So you are absolutely on the right track with this, because you are correct that they do not believe that reproduction has any value beyond creating more little people to do labor on behalf of the parents, and they consider that to be like exploitation of children. But they also don't like, even if they were to give you permission to have they want the government to assign the children to you, essentially. Does that make sense? So it's not even just about we're not talking about what you're talking about is like Demolition Man, when you have to get permission from the government in order to have kids, and then you don't actually have sex, you go to a lab. Everyone remember that piece from Demolition Man? That's kind of what you're talking about. And it's, I don't think that they actually know how they're going to do this surrogacy thing. They have different ideas about how to do it, so maybe one solution would be going to a lab. I don't know, but I do know that they want to break the biological family bonds because, excuse me, that's what you do when you queer the family. Mighty Pancake says foster one child policy. China, they don't want you to even have one child, but obviously they don't want a family regardless of how it's regulated. Yep. On top of that, they would rather there being artificial wombs. Yes. And this is why anyone who's like cheering these artificial wombs that are coming up, and don't tell me pro-lifers aren't doing this, because they are. We've talked about this extensively. Like any pro-lifer that's like, you don't need to have an abortion if there are artificial wombs that can like gestate the child. That is signing the death warrant of the biological family. I just really want everyone to be aware of this. Yes, they want to create a left-wing version of The Handmaid's Tale. That's absolutely right. Now, to be fair, the far right wants to create an actual version of The Handmaid's Tale. So there's Handmaid's Tale on both sides of the equation. No, are you serious? Of course Tim Pool is okay with artificial wombs, because Tim Pool hasn't done his homework and he hasn't spoken to people who have beyond a surface level understanding of this, and he doesn't understand why they're pushing the artificial wombs, because he doesn't fucking listen. So of course Tim Pool is in favor of this, because Tim Pool doesn't fucking listen. God.
Such as Jason E. Moore and Raj Patel and Nancy Fraser have developed synthetic theories.
This is hang on. This is, can I show you a video of an actual Marxist? These are actual Marxists, bro. This is a big event in Seattle run by Marxists. These are actual Marxists. You don't get to fucking gaslight us here.
Tendencies in all of these
no gaslighting.
Now my contention is that these theories of capitalism, crisis,
Thank
and
you for
socialism
stopping by,
rely on
Autumn.
traditional
I know a lot of
interpretations
people really
Marx
learned some stuff from you
to formulate these theories of capitalism, crisis, and socialism. And this is because these theories essentially amount to a critique of distribution from the standpoint of labor within the capitalist division of labor. Neoliberal capitalist profits have been made.
Does anyone want to, okay, Tim Pool will never ever listen to me. He has made that like abundantly clear. Can someone please effing super chat Tim Pool and inform him that when he is supporting artificial wounds, it is directly related to the Marxist left trying to push this abolish the family initiative? Can someone please do that? Like that would be great. I would appreciate it.
Possible.
I don't know if it'll work or if he'll read it, but Jesus,
labor,
we might as well try.
Of the misrule of the democratic institutions of the states in favor of private rather than public interests, and the non-sustainable plunder of nature. But these theories hold that these crises can be remedied by the democratic socialist rule of the state.
Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate it.
If the state represents the will of the laboring public, ensuring
well, I know that's
the
true, but at least he does read
fairly
them.
and justly distributed in a sustainable manner. However, while such a society would undoubtedly be more progressive than ours, such a notion of capitalism, crisis, and socialism imply the perpetuation of capitalist society on the basis of these traditional theoretical ideas. So this raises the question, right? Would the alternative to these traditional theories of crisis then be a critical theory of crisis? And this is a question I've been thinking about for quite some time. My answer to that now is no, right? And I think the reason it is no is implied in a point from Simon Clark from Marx's theory of crisis, where he sort of argues in the conclusion that Marx does not so much offer a theory of crisis as a fundamentally different foundation for the analysis of the capitalist economy, from that on which bourgeois economics is built. And this foundation is provided by the investigation of the social form of capitalist production, which Clark argues leads to a specific characterization of the dynamics of the capitalist.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Brandon. Brandon, thank you for the super chat. While you may be right in general, I believe in this case, she was only using the queering the family as the way to discourage unsanctioned reproduction. Nope. That's not what she was doing. I'm sorry. That's not a correct interpretation of what she was doing. At least I don't think it is. And again, nowhere did she say she made no allusion to, if the government gives you permission to have biological children, that's okay. No, they believe that, listen, Brandon, they believe that biological children are private property of the parents. They want to abolish all private property. Even if the government gives you permission to have biological children, they still believe that would fall under the label of private property. They do not want biological children to exist. So while I can understand why you might have this perspective, I have to really be responsible and tell you that this is not correct. There is I have watched extensive hours of them talking about this, so have other people on the channel. There is absolutely zero indication to me that they believe that in creating a world where you ask the government for permission to reproduce your own biological children. They are literally writing books called Full Surrogacy Now. They want all children to be born via surrogacy. There was a journal article about a month and a half ago where they are experimenting with gestating the surrogate children in the bodies of brain dead people. So we're going to have to agree to disagree, because what you are suggesting does not align with anything else that I have heard these people talk about when it is in relation to the biological family specifically. Thank you for the super chat, though. I do appreciate it.
This mode of production as a crisis-ridden dynamic of permanent class struggle. In other words, in order for a critical theory of society to be critical of that society, it needs to hold that the organization of that society is inherently dominating, antagonistic, and miserable.
Oh, shit. He just said something so simple, but it's so important. Hang on. Let me see if I can find the exact moment. In other words, in order for a critical theory of society, hang on, let's just start right here.
In other words, in order for a critical theory of society to be critical of that society, it needs...
In other words, in order for a critical theory of society to be critical of that society, well, one of us is basing our assumptions on fantasy, and one of us is basing our knowledge on watching more hours of this stuff than you have and actually listening to what they're saying. So people can decide what they want, but again, the whole point of Socialism Saturday is that we are trying to listen to what they're saying and then believing them when they tell us what they're saying, because they're pretty clear about what they're saying. And so if you want to make stuff up and pretend that that's real, you're allowed to do that, but What you're saying is not correct, Brandon. I'm sorry. It's just not correct. All right. So let me go back with this.
In order for a critical theory of society to be critical of that society.
In order for a critical theory of society to be critical of that society, remember, critical theory is related to critical race theory, critical queer theory, all the things that they claim are not taught in K through 12 schools. In order for a critical theory to be critical of that society,
it needs to hold that the organization of that society is inherently dominating, antagonistic, and miserable.
It needs to hold that the organization of that society is inherently dominating, antagonistic, and miserable. He has just literally told us that the entire point of critical theory, of which critical race theory is a part of it, is to frame society, the society it's being critical of, as inherently dominating, antagonistic, and miserable. That is the entire goal of critical theory. That is a mask-off moment. Again, when these people tell you what they believe, you have to believe them, because they say the quiet part out loud all the time. So what does this mean? If the entire point of critical theory is to position the society it's being critical of as inherently dominating, antagonistic, and miserable, what do you think that means? That they are going to twist every single thing that happens to be the worst possible interpretation of what that thing is, because the goal of critical theory is not to tell the truth about something. The goal of critical theory is not to present a nuanced take in which you're looking at both sides. The only goal of critical theory, according to this guy who literally wrote the book about critical theory, is to position the society it's critiquing as inherently dominating, antagonistic, and miserable. That tells you a lot.
On this basis, Adorno holds that historical development should not be seen in conjunctures or cycles of boom and bust.
Exactly. Well done, Alex.
But as permanent catastrophe. Thus, following Benjamin, that things just go on is the catastrophe.
And then
Thus,
they blame
hell is
capitalism.
Not something that
Exactly,
awaits us,
Yasmin.
but this
Well
life
done.
Here and now. Now, in the last section, I just want to sort of indicate why and how a Marxian critical theory that draws together these insights from Clark and Adorno, might be said to sort of hold this view, and how it might be sort of developed from a present vantage point. Now, in the first place, as I mentioned, sort of this approach to critical theory conceives of capitalist society as a historically specific negative totality.
Oh!
Right? So from this perspective,
critical theory sees capitalist society as a historically negative totality.
As Adorno says, society is understood as a sort of linking structure between human beings in which everything and everyone
exactly, Kaiwan,
depend on everyone and everything.
You guys are really on point tonight. I am so happy. You guys are like really catching on. This is great. And it's so important that you'd be able to know this stuff and articulate it, because now what's going to happen when you really understand it is you're going to see this shit pop up everywhere. And we're going to see that tomorrow, I think, in our special Socialism Sunday stream. Jenny's getting inky with it, said, it's the snake eating its tail. Utopia will never be reached. Oh, no, utopia will never be reached. Of course not. Because their utopia doesn't exist. They think it's going to be some sort of like brave new world, like everyone belongs to everyone else and everyone has everything they need and no one has kids, and the state is in charge of raising the kids and everyone else just having sex all the time with people and all this stuff. That's what they think their society is going to be, but it's really going to be more like 1984. So well done tonight, guys. Give yourselves all a round of applause. You guys are doing great. Please mount that like button if you haven't already. We're doing an extra long, we still have a fucking hour to go because I'm talking way too much, but there's just so much good stuff in this that, like, if we can break it down, it's going to help everyone.
For the whole is only sustained by the unity of the functions fulfilled by all its members, and each single one of these members is in principle assigned such a function. But at the same time, each individual is determined to a great degree by his membership in this total structure. Thus, as Werner and Amy have indicated.
Hang on, I'm sorry. So Krista in the chat is saying, what movie is tomorrow? So for everyone who supports my work as a member of my YouTube channel, on my Substack, on my locals, and my Patreon, you will all be invited to my supporter Discord tomorrow. And we do movie night in my supporter Discord every Sunday at 8 p.m. And tomorrow we're watching the big granddaddy Star Wars of them all, Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope, Sunday, 8 p.m. in my supporter Discord. It's going to be great. So make sure you're a supporter as a member of my YouTube channel or on my Substack, carlin.substack.com, or on my locals or on my Patreon. All the links are in the description below. And you will receive an invitation to come and join us in the supporter Discord tomorrow. And you can come and watch Star Wars with us, and it's going to be great.
Now, the institutions and social relations that make up the society, the economy, the state, the household, are all the negative moments that are a part of reproducing this whole. And such a society is not characterized by the capturing of the proceeds of productive and reproductive labor by capital, but rather the historically specific form of the productive and reproductive labor of the state, and of this negative totality, where the whole subsists through its parts and individuals serve as functions of these parts. So from this perspective, the productive labor of the economy is realized in a crisis-ridden dynamic that maims and displaces a labor force that overproduces goods for the sake of profit. The reproductive bureaucracies of the state, as well as the household and family, socialize, dominate, and sustain social individuals as bearers of the commodity labor power, instilling them with respect for authority and the cutthroat attitude to compete with each other to get ahead in the rat race. Reproductive labor does not...
We have not watched, I don't believe, Brave New World yet. There's a really bad 70s version of Brave New World, but it's like so bad, it's like good. It's like kind of fabulous. It's so bad. And then there was a TV movie with like, what's his name? Peter Gallagher with the eyebrows, like not too long ago. And then there was that TV show. Like, which version of Brave New World should we watch, Nate? Because like, I do actually want to do that. I think we read Brave New World a while ago. That might be worth reading again if we're honest about it. Anyway.
Then consist, as Sue Ferguson argues, in the desired human qualities and capacities.
Another super chat. Thank you, Jackie. Their utopia can only work if everyone follows the rules. What will they do with those who don't follow the rules? They're going to be put against the wall. They're going to be put against the wall with every single one of these useful idiots who think that they are going to be part of the ruling class when they achieve their Marxist utopia, but they're not going to be part of the ruling class. They're going to be the first against the wall. The subversives like us, we're not going to be the ones that are executed first. We might go to the gulag, but these people are the ones that are going to like be put against the wall first.
That reproductive labor creates that are taken advantage of by capitalists, but instead reproductive labor produces and reproduces a class of workers separated from the means of their own reproduction, who compete with each other to sell their labor power as a commodity on the labor market, which establishes the value of the commodity of labor power. Those who are lucky enough to obtain work are part of what Marx calls the crippled monstrosity known as the collective worker. Those who are not subjected to a dominating bureaucracy are subjected to a dominating bureaucracy, which keeps down the wage. Moreover, in rearing new generations to be bearers of the commodity labor power, these institutions socialize young people so that they show an inclination to submit to any authority, no matter what its content, as long as this offers them protection, narcissistic satisfaction, material gain.
Talk about
and also the
narcissistic
possibility to
satisfaction, bro.
release upon others the sadism behind which their unconscious perplexity and desperation are hidden. Reproductive labor instills and sustains the qualities and capacities integral to reproducing a society premised on separation and main subjectivity. Here, as Marx indicates, the dull compulsion of economic categories are supplemented by the advance of capitalist production and reproduction, which develops a working class which by education, tradition, and habit looks upon the conditions of that mode of production as self-evident laws of nature, leading to the—
Hang on, I got a super chat from Beth. Beth, thank you, I appreciate it. Yuri Brezmenov talks about that in his interview. We actually watched Yuri Brezmenov maybe like a month ago on Socialism Saturday, so that might be something to check out if you haven't seen it. We are all useful idiots, but they will be the first to go because they were hoodwinked and will rebel. That's exactly right, Beth. Thank you for the super chat.
reproduction of the negative totality of capitalist society, an antagonistic and all-around dependency premised on the domination of external and internal nature. From this, it follows that in the second place, historical development is not characterized by more progressive eras and less progressive ones, based on the balance of class forces. Neoliberalism is not then the antithesis of Keynesianism. Rather, Keynesianism consisted in the integration and depoliticization of the workers' movement. Neoliberalism consists in continued depoliticization and integration in the context of a disintegration in living standards. Whatever comes next, be it more neoliberalism, be it post-Keynesianism, be it even democratic socialism, proposes to perpetuate these social relations and institutions. These policies may resolve
He doesn't
crises,
like democratic
but
socialism.
they will perpetuate unfreedom as permanent catastrophe.
Wow. He just said, if anyone has any doubts that these are real Marxists and real socialists, he just said that democratic socialism will perpetuate unfreedom as permanent catastrophe, which means capitalism. So anyone who's under any illusion that the real socialists, the farthest left or the far left, play nice with the Bernie Sanders AOC socialists, no. Not at all. They believe that Bernie Sanders and AOC perpetuate unfreedom as permanent catastrophe, which they define inherently as capitalism.
Now, such a picture of society and historical development will no doubt seem pessimistic to some of you, perhaps even nihilistic leftism to others of you. And pessimism is indeed a classic charge against critical theory. Yet I think it is an important distinction has to be made between pessimism and negativity. For the critical theory of society would not be critical of society if it simply held that this is the way things are and will continue to be. This would simply be a fatalistic theory of human nature, which would certainly lead to pessimism. But fatalism and pessimism are different than a theory that accentuates the negativity of our capitalist society. In fact, they are the opposite. Negativity aims to liberate us from a society in which we are fated to work, to suffer, to be miserable, to revile, instrumentalize, and act antagonistically towards others, towards nature, and towards ourselves in order to merely survive. It does so by showing how the social relations and institutions that make up our present society manifest themselves in this manner. Universal history of the history of development of the society is thus, as Adorno says, to be construed and denied. In so doing, it points to the necessity of the emancipatory abolition of these social relations and of these institutions in order to end the fate that befalls us in this social reality. And it holds that these processes can happen at any time. This processes of emancipatory abolition. For a society premised on freedom and human flourishing will not come about by the democratic redistributing of the proceeds of toil and misery of our unfree society. In my view, that is pessimistic. And it points to the validity of a critical theory in a time when the catastrophes that have occurred and those that are to come make any further waiting seem absurd. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yeah.
So now what's likely to happen? So basically, we're 3 hours into the stream. and now they have gotten through all of their like statements, and everything that the three presenters so far have been prepared statements. All right. Now what's going to happen, I think, is that they're going to get into a discussion and possibly into a Q&A. And this is the most important part of any of our Socialism Saturdays. Because usually this is where they actually say the quiet part out loud, because everything that they've been doing up until this point has been prepared remarks that they're basically reading from like a paper that they wrote. But now when they get into the discussion, they are not prepared. And so they're having to answer things on the fly, and they think they're only talking to people that agree with them. And so this is where they really start to say the quiet part out loud. So guys, I know this is a long stream. I know some of you have been with me from the beginning. I did not intend for it to be this long, but it's time to wake up. Everyone do a stretch. Everyone get off Twitter or whatever social media platform you're on. I'm going to do it too. I was just looking at royal stuff on Instagram. I need to put my phone away. I can look at royal things later. And now we're really going to listen, because this is going to be probably the most productive part of the conversation. And I do appreciate you guys sticking with me for Socialism Saturday. Again, we do this on Saturdays, every Saturday at 6 p.m. And tomorrow we're doing a special, a Sunday special Socialism Live, because the same organization that produced this talk is doing something live tomorrow at 2 p.m. And so I'm going to snipe their stream and I'm going to stream it. And so we're going to do that tomorrow for a Sunday special. But let's get back into it, guys. Please mount that like button if you haven't already. Let people know you're enjoying the stream. Let's keep going.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers, Werner, Amy, and Chris. Just to mention the procedure again, all of those who are part of the Zoom meeting can raise their hand if they have a question.
Oh, it's a big
We will also
Q&A.
monitor the YouTube live chat if there are questions. And before we do that, before we take questions from those audiences, I want to...
So guys, remember, tomorrow on the YouTube live stream, they are probably going to ask the YouTube chat for questions. So if you come to the live stream tomorrow, which starts at 2, well, I'm going to start it at like 1:45 p.m., but the presentation starts at 2 p.m. If you come tomorrow, you can go into their YouTube live chat and ask them a question to answer, and they might pick your question. And I want people to be sneaky about this. I don't want to see anyone from this channel going into that chat and saying, "Why are you selling stuff if you're a socialist?" I don't want to see anyone from my chat doing that, because that's too easy. They're just going to block you. They're not going to answer the question, okay? I want us to be thinking of really, really good subversive questions that are like, that kind of sound like you could be socialist and you're just confused about something, but no easy questions, because they will just block you and it will look stupid and it doesn't work. It achieves nothing. So really think about it. Subversive questions, guys. You can do it. You're just going to get blocked almost immediately, and that's going to take away your ability to do anything productive. You know, we need to be sneaky about this. Again, coming at them like, and we're not exposing their hypocrisy to anyone, because the people that are watching already agree with them. So subversive, sneaky questions. We can brainstorm in the chat tomorrow about those, but I swear to God, I don't want to see one person from my chat going over to their chat and going, "Why are you selling stuff if you don't believe in No. Don't do it. I promise you it'll accomplish nothing. I promise."
Give everyone on the panel, which means Amy, Werner, and Chris, the chance to react or raise questions to each other. And for that, you would simply need to unmute yourself.
Excellent,
and jump
Rhett.
in.
I'm glad to have you on the team.
I could maybe begin with, well, a question for Chris and Werner about this question of Werner's, what is real? And Werner concluded by making the point that what's real is human suffering, of course, which is a really great way of putting it. And I wondered, I hope this isn't too tangential to your talk, Werner, but I wonder what you make of, or whether you would be able to comment
Yasmin,
on,
this
or
is an
perhaps Chris
excellent
would comment on this
strategy.
too.
Because you're at the top of the progressive
attempts
stack.
to
Use it for everything you can.
synthesize the kind of Marxian critical theory we're talking about here with maybe psychoanalytic concepts.
No,
or
hang on. No, this is not a good question, Brian. This is not a good question at all. Because they're going to know what you're doing if you ask them this question, because it's too direct. How do you plan to remove it? Like, because first of all, they don't want a democratic republic. So they are going to know, based on you asking this question, that you're probably conservative. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're probably conservative, and that you're basically trying to troll them. So I'm going to advise you against doing this, because it's too direct, it's not subversive, and it's just going to lead to you getting blocked, and then they're going to complain about you doing it, and it's just like, it's not going to accomplish anything. I know what you guys are trying to do. We've been down this road before, because we've done this before, and I'm trying to articulate to you what will work and what will be productive and what will not work and what will not be productive.
Other concepts drawn from discourses which are perhaps quite distant in some ways from the critique that we're trying to practice here. So I'm thinking perhaps of Frederick Jameson's move.
Okay,
in
well,
that
question still doesn't work. It really doesn't, because it doesn't reflect what they want.
To argue that we can use transhistorical concepts drawn from psychoanalysis at the local level. Of course, they are subsumed within his historical horizons, but this also ties to Beverly Best's recent arguments perhaps around a neutral concept of ideology and a critical concept of ideology, and her point that we need both of those to think about culture or about ideology. And I'd be really interested to hear thoughts from you both on that following those papers. That's a massive question too, so no problem if you want to pass.
I want to do two things. I want to pass and provide a response. So I'm not familiar with the literatures that you are referring to. But what I would like to say is how I came to suffering is the new Marx lecture is very logical. How do things sit together, and what is the logic of the matter? What is the systematicity of the matter? That's all very good. It's very helpful. Helped me a lot. But it must mean something for people too who live it. And what does it mean for people? And there is something quite corporeal around it, I think, something quite bodily, the experience of real abstraction. And I also came to this from the side of class and struggle. And it's quite, what does it actually mean? And if it is not struggle for something, it's like beyond, transcendent, if it has no telos, as it were, what is it all about? What do these people do? And clearly, if you read Marx's Capital in terms of what does it mean for the people, what is the experience of it for those who do the acting, as it were, the so-called agents, what does it mean for them? Then clearly you realize to be human material entails struggle. against it. You want to shorten the working day. You want a tea break. You want a proper wage. And at the same time, the contradiction is, of course, despite all of that, you need that employment, because otherwise, what do you do? So there's the contradiction there. You want to do as little work as possible, but you do want to work for your employment. And the work is only forthcoming if your labor produces a profit. And this contradiction is in fact a contradiction not between capital and labor, as it was traditionally seen, but is in fact a contradiction that pertains to the concept of what it means to be a worker. And I came...
Well, what purpose does work have if it doesn't produce something? What purpose does work have if it doesn't produce something of value? Like, do you guys think that people are just going to work for work's sake? I mean, sometimes they might. It's like the principle of like, you know, do the job that you would do for free if you can figure out how to make money on it, which is always the part they leave out, of course, because you'd never want to work for free. I would assume you wouldn't want to work for free. I sure as shit wouldn't want to work for free. But what is the point of work if it's not producing something of value? Naruto just heard about the mass shooting at a Texas mall. Oh, great. Do we know anything about the shooter yet? Is it another trans person? Is it a conservative? What's going on, Naruto? Let us know. God. Yeah, they're going to, like, in their utopia, they would assign people jobs. So why would people do them like that, like, if there wasn't any incentive to do so? Because the state forces them to. So you think that that's going to be better than a society in which you can do whatever job you want? I mean, you got to get accepted to it, but yeah, was the mall a gun-free zone? Exactly, Kurt.
To suffering, as it were, from that perspective. Whatever the logic of the matter, it's not out there. It exists through people. And it's the people who act to endow that logic with a will and a consciousness. So that's how I came to it. So I gave you half an answer. I can't comment on the literature that you raised. I don't know it, or I know too little about it in order to say anything sensible, or to say it is with confidence. But I told you how I came to it.
I guess my answer would just be, I absolutely do think that psychoanalysis, is important to developing critical theory. Particularly in,
these
if we're
people are
talking about
obsessed with
misery,
Freud, by the way.
Sort of the misery of the society that we live in, I think is inflicted in multiple ways, which also has to do with sort of the formation and the development of subjectivity. And I think I sort of hinted at that a little in the dense paragraph I read, in terms of sort of this process of socialization, this process of sort of reproductive labor. What does it mean for the development of subjectivity, for concepts and theories of care to sort of raise people in a world in which they have to compete with each other in order to work, in order to live. And I think that can't just be answered with sort of the right interpretation of where surplus value is created. I think that has to sort of be developed by drawing on a number of different tools. And indeed, if we go back to early critical theory, that is exactly what they did.
Mm. Thank you, Chris. This also maybe comes back to the point about a point you both made about value being the result of human social practice, which is so often a point missed, or a kind of accusation thrown at this kind of critical theory, perhaps, is that it's not about humans in any way. Thanks.
She looks like she's gonna cry.
Any other intervention from the panel?
Again, I just want to say, two great talks. Thanks very much.
Maybe I can also jump in. I have a question for Werner first. I mean, when you started out, I found it kind of interesting because I thought, wow, he's sort of talking about what's real and what is not real. And he started out with the fetishism. And I think one reading of this entire objective quality of fetishism somehow means that the society in its reality is not transparent to the agents, right? That's at least one easy way to understand the fetishism on a first level. And I wonder how you think about that. So, I mean, that always drives me back to sort of like at least a Lukács position. Is it possible for a particular group or class in this society to break through the fetishism because they, so to speak, see or can have access to the reality? And if this is not the case, as far as I remember from your critical theory book, you do not seem to be in favor of that. How do you think this obfuscation can ever be broken through?
Well, that is the question fundamentally, I guess, about how to move from here to there.
Thanks, Mauricio, I appreciate it.
and I don't know. I mean, if I were to know, I would have told everybody already. Often, I would be a prophet of some sort. But God knows what the future will hold. What is important to understand what is wrong with the world, and not knowing how to set the world right doesn't make the wrong, as it were, superfluous. It strengthens the character of what is wrong in that world. How to break through it? I guess in the struggle for subsistence, there's also an experience of the world that does not fit with the self-presentation of the world. There's a contradiction there. There are frictions there. There are openings there, and these are the openings or the breaks or the fissures, as it were, that provide hope in inverted commas, of politicization, of difference, of movement. So the experience of the world is not, there was another economic quantity that walked past me driven by the invisible hand. The experience of the world is, this is bloody awful. This is contradictory. I did put a great job here and I am unemployed. And then is the question how that translates itself. Does it translate itself entirely in me adjusting to the world, becoming a carrier self-consciously of human capital? Or does it translate itself into actions of solidarity, of alternative ways of social reproduction? And I guess for most people, it's both at the same time. And the question really is, what are the frictions? What are the contradictions? What are the autonomies? And what is the ability of those to politicize social relations, to merge constantly, as it were? I think in the politicization of society lies the key for its transformation. But that depends on the experience of the frictions, the contradictions, and that the unfairness of the world is an unfairness that is systematic rather than individual shortcoming, as it were. I'm not sure I gave you an answer, but that is the way I.
So this person just said the unfairness of the world is an unfairness that is systematic rather than is a failing of the individual. And this is what they want to convince people, is that your individual effort doesn't matter. Your individual contribution doesn't matter. Whether or not you show up or you decide to oversleep and like not actually get there on time, that doesn't matter, because the unfairness of the world is systematic. It has nothing to do with your individual effort or contribution or work or training or whatever it is. They want to create like a permanent victimized class, essentially, or not even class, because they want everyone to believe that, like, if you don't get everything that you want, you are a victim of the world. Well, no, your personal effort has something to do with it.
I like to think about it.
Well, that strikes me a little bit Lukácsian, at least, or you're moving towards that, because, the Lukács question is,
exactly.
Is there anyone who has, so to speak, a privileged epistemic access to the reality? And on the one hand, it can be the theorist. The critical theorist must somehow make a claim to have access to that reality by theorizing about it. And then there's, of course, the other side, or there's the other question, namely, are there certain agents in society, or when they become agents, do they then have a privileged epistemic access to the reality? And it sounds now as if you want to say something like that, namely through certain experiences and through certain agencies, wherever they come from, that epistemic position can be developed, and thereby, so to speak, the fetishism can be, well, how should we say that? We can break through that on the ground without theorizing here in the Zoom meeting. I mean, does that sound right? Or
yeah, I think we might think about maybe
this is a great perspective, Brooklyn.
Maybe this is a stretch, but it's occurred to me that some of the initial analyses from Marxist feminism emerged around the same time that some of the new readings of Marx were emerging, and maybe that's less important than the fact that Marxist feminists initially, in distinction to social reproduction theorists, took the formless, let's say the kind of formless hidden abodes as their starting point, as opposed to labor. So how does that change in perspective? Perhaps we could talk about it as some kind of like
Angel Eyes, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it.
Not to be kind of deconstructionist about this, but some kind of dissociated position, dissociated from value. I know Roswitha Schultz has talked about value dissociation, and I think there is something in that for thinking critically about how value is formed and what gets recognized about how value is produced. So yeah, maybe there is. I think this can be a slippery slope, though, because it also leads me to want to make arguments about how particular aesthetic forms or literary forms are able to advance forms of critique of capitalism based on sensory experience. Or
hang on, Ellen is asking a question in the chat. Do you think Marxist thought will ever go away? Like eventually people will get tired of it, or is it just always going to be appealing to some? Well, the Communist Manifesto is one of the best-selling books in the United States, and it is always one of the best-selling books in the United States, even though you can read it for free online. And I want to ask you why you think that is. Why is the Communist Manifesto always and perpetually one of the best-selling books in the United States? Consistently. For a century. Why do you think that is? There is a very specific answer that I'm looking for. Oh, and thank you, Angel Eyes, for gifting 5 memberships to the channel. Thank you, Angel Eyes. How nice is that? It's radical moderate with the gold star. Yes, that is correct. Radical moderate. The Communist Manifesto is always and perpetually one of the best-selling books in the country because they make them buy it in college. And not just a part of like one class, a part of like several classes. And so as long as we believe that higher education is the pinnacle of what's required to be successful in society, and I say this is someone with a PhD, but I have a very untraditional educational background, which I think is why I can see this, because I didn't have a traditional education. As long as we believe that traditional higher education is the path to success in the world, then Marxist thought will still exist because they are teaching it across all subject matter in all of the most elite universities in the world and a lot of the non-elite ones as well. I happened to do my PhD and my master's through online because that worked best for me. I was a full-time working adult. That worked best for me. But I'm really grateful that I did that because guess what? I didn't have to do this woke bullshit because I literally was in a program for adults where I like had to learn stuff, and the stuff I learned was related to the program. In traditional higher education, that's not what that's like. And so, no, I don't think people will get tired of it because they're being forced into it in college.
Affective experience that doesn't necessarily fall into the category we might call figuration necessarily. So these are questions I'm still thinking about. I wonder if Chris might have some thoughts on that too.
Also questions I'm thinking about. I guess my thought would be, does someone who takes up sort of this approach to critical theory sort of want the Lukácsian solution? Why does Lukács want, think it's important for the proletarian to sort of grasp totality? Well, it's so that totality can be seized, right? But in the case of sort of the approach to critical theory,
abortion will be encouraged under social. Wait, what are you talking about? I don't think it's abortion will be encouraged under socialism. They're not the moves that they're making are not setting up society to outlaw abortion. Abortion will not only be legal under socialism, it will be encouraged under socialism because they don't want people to have biological family. Abortion is like the great equalizer to that will be one of the things that leads to the elimination of the biological family. So I don't agree with that one, Douglas.
It's the case that totality wants to be seized, right? Rather, it's sort of social relations themselves that need to be transformed. And I don't think it is, it would seem harder to do so by grasping and seizing that totality. Because at least if we follow sort of the traditional approach implied by Lukács, that means, sort of planning and distribution by the state, production sort of organized in roughly the same way. And if that's the case, does that lead to sort of emancipation from unnecessary toil, from misery, from unfreedom? And I'm not sure that it does.
Okay, maybe we should bring in a question from the, I think, YouTube live chat. There were two questions raised, and as far as I can see, they are both addressed to Amy. The first question, I'm reading what I'm seeing here in the chat. It says, what is the driving dynamic of social reproduction struggles? If it isn't over a fair allocation of labor, that is, wages for housework, non-gendered distribution, or reproductive labor? Is it something like trying to opt for the least exposure to abstract determination over our lives by value, a sort of refusal of work politics? Question mark.
Yeah, that's a great question. And my answer would be, in short, yes. I suppose it is about the least exposure to capitalist abstraction, maybe. But that's too easy an answer, of course. And I think perhaps it's helpful to think in this context about the self-divided subject, or the ways in which a concept like antisocial reproduction, I think, can help us to think more dialectically about how we identify as subjects, how we perhaps identify with a particular identity category at the same time as we don't identify with it, perhaps, or we are forced to ascribe to certain modes of political representation or recognition models in the name of some kind of short-term goal, right?
That's only true when you cannot have all children born via surrogacy. Like I told you earlier, Brandon, their goal is to have children born via surrogacy. They are not going to need you to have your own biological children if they are trying to procreate via surrogacy. This is in every dystopian movie and book ever. In Brave New World, there is no biological birth, it's all through surrogacy. In The Giver, which is a children's book, really good children's book, there's no biological birth, it's all through surrogacy. In 1984, they had ARTSEM. They were trying to eliminate the orgasm so that people stopped having sex so that they could have all children born via surrogacy. We have watched on multiple occasions Abolish the Family videos on this channel in which they flat out tell you that they want to get rid of biological birth. We have watched people who have written books called Full Surrogacy Now, in which they talk about the dangers of giving birth naturally to encourage people to have children born via surrogacy. I can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. You are assuming that in a socialist society, there is going to be rapidly declining populations if they get rid of the biological family and allow abortion. But what you are not factoring into your equation is that they do not want people having their own biological children, and they already have an alternative to that, and that is all children born via surrogacy. So they don't have to, whether or not people have abortions is actually going to, well, no, because they're developing these birthing pods with which to gestate children. This is a real thing. Look it up. Google birthing pod right now. They're also looking into gestating children in the bodies of brain dead people. I covered it on my Substack not too long ago. There's artificial wombs being made. This is all real, guys, happening right in front of us. We've watched it. We watched them talk about it. They've written entire books about it.
And in the process, of course, end up reaffirming that identity, woman or whatever you want to place there. And I know that I should probably note that a lot of my thinking on these questions is indebted to Marina Bishmet's work and Zoe Sutherland's and Kirsten Monroe's work on social reproduction. And I know they've all been thinking about these questions too, particularly Marina Bishmet, who writes about the paradox of abolition as she sees it. So to kind of come back to that question, it will be to subscribe to an abolitionist politics, sure, which doesn't mean that union politics are a complete waste of time necessarily, or that going on strike doesn't work. We know that it can work. But I think this kind of commitment maybe to a different way of thinking about struggle for better social, not just better social conditions, but a struggle for what we might call liberation is something that might give us a bit more bravery maybe, or a bit more imagination that would help us to maybe say to each other, why don't we all go on a wildcat strike? Or why don't we refuse these hours that our employer is imposing on us? Is that such a crazy thing to do, to all just agree together to do that? And I think often we get a bit stuck in trade union politics, in making sure we're not difficult towards our co-workers. And I think that anti-social reproduction struggles and some of the struggles we've seen, particularly in the last year, of course, coming out of Black Lives Matter most pertinently can help us to refuse the kind of half measure, I suppose, of struggling for better waged work, right? And I'm sure everyone in this in this Zoom right now, at least, would agree with that too. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you so much. We have 2 questions from participants in the Zoom meeting. There is one from Jacob Blumenfield, but Jacob wants me to read the question, and it's directed to all of you, Werner, Amy, and Chris. And the question is, what do you all think?
The book you're talking about is called In Defense of Looting, which was actually sold at the Socialist Reproductive Justice Conference that I went to a couple weeks ago. And it basically says that there is no such thing as private property, therefore looting is okay. I read it. I have a copy of it. I read it when it came out.
Think about the normative turn in contemporary critical theory today. I think that's an interesting question because probably all of your talks somewhere are related to it, because you seem to be somewhat skeptical of that. You could all turn your microphones on. I guess someone can jump in. Werner, do you want to?
Me? Oh, okay. So normative theory, I don't think much about it. It's the idea of freedom as opposed to the existence of freedom. It doesn't understand the force of freedom, and it seems to want to promise of a better world. On the other hand, of course, the attempt to civilize capitalism's treatment of the poor and miserable has an idea of normativity. There should be a better freedom, there should be a better justice, there should be greater fairness. So that's, in that sense, it has its justification, because it is the theory behind the theory behind the attempt to civilize capitalism's treatment of those who have to work for its profit. That's really what it is about, I think. That is its social justification. It is also the identification of what is wrong. And if there is the normativity of freedom, then clearly it is a normativity which declares that current situation is not freedom, it's somehow unfreedom or freedom restricted. So there's a critical edge to it. But the critical edge is quite constructive, because it wants to make the is approximate to the ought, and it doesn't recognize that the ought in fact belongs to the society in and through which it speaks.
Because they're not Americans.
My critique of the normative term. It would be quite important, I suppose, or interesting to see how this turn towards normativity, why it emerged or why it developed, and what are the social, as it were, relations, its social functions is. Why did it occur in the first place? It's not the case that all second, third, fourth, God, how many generations of critical theorists there are, that they all subscribe to that. They just became the famous ones, as it were. And it would be important to understand why it is. What is the social logic, the social dynamic behind making this particular take famous and running with it and occupying university chairs and so on, whereas the other one exists on the fringe. And there must be an answer to that, not because of normativity or because it sounds good, but because of certain social dynamics which construct themselves in that particular manner.
Amy and Chris, do you want to jump in?
I guess I would just say that I have an article in Critical Historical Studies that just came out, and I have one in Science and Society that just came out that sort of, I think, argue for what I see as the blind spots in normative critical theory. And I think, that I think the blind spots it has is that it can't really sort of provide a compelling explanation of why society continues to reproduce itself in sort of the miserable manner that it does. If the norms are there, if people are reasonable, why is it that people do not simply come to grips with these reasonable positions and remake society in that way? Why do these approaches sort of continue to hold that society is developed in a progressive manner when it doesn't seem to me that it does? So I guess, if people really want to know my sort of more in-depth sort of criticisms of these approaches, I'd say check out those 2 articles. Email me if you would like them. That's sort of a attempt to sort of explain the matter quickly and crudely.
No, critical theory is what they're talking
All right,
about.
good. We have 3 questions and comments from participants in the Zoom panel. Can we maybe bring, if those agree, can we maybe bring in Joe Giardini, I hope I pronounced the name correctly, Eric John Russell, and Pavlos Rufos. Maybe we can bring them into the Zoom so that they can raise their comments and questions directly to the panel. Would that be okay? Joe appeared. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And there was Eric John also posed a question, and Pavlos. Okay, there we go. Why don't we start with Joe?
Thanks so much, Christian, Christopher, Amy, Werner. That was wonderful. My question's primarily for Amy, but I think it
and
could
you are brave,
move
and you are beautiful
to everyone. But Amy, I'm curious. In your
hang on. Vision doesn't understand. Vision. If you become an authoritarian, you are going to hand them every win that they want on a silver fucking platter. You becoming an authoritarian is exactly what they want, because when you become an authoritarian, you prove that everything that they said about you was actually correct in the first place. So if you want to become an authoritarian, it's a choice, but it is a choice that is going to lead to them winning. So again, I'm willing to talk about smarter strategies, which we do on this channel all the time, but you are not trying to win their hearts and minds. You are trying to win the hearts and minds of everyone else. And if you give these people reason to paint you as an authoritarian, then they will use it and they will win the hearts and minds of everyone else. They will use everything you say against you. They will use everything you do against you. They will use every authoritarian tactic that you try to implement to stop them from doing what they want. They will turn it around and use it against you. And then they will use it to win the hearts and minds of everyone watching to say, look, we told you they wanted to implement the Handmaid's Tale. We told you they were fascists. We told you they were fascists all along. You have to vote for us because we are the only ones who will save you from the actual fascists. And then they'll win. That's how they're going to do it. They're counting on you losing your cool. People have got, and being an authoritarian, guys, it's just reactionary. It's not smart. It's not strategic. It doesn't actually accomplish anything. The only thing that you really do when you become an authoritarian is you push people away. This is the farthest left of the far left. This is not average people. This is the farthest of the far left. This is a very, 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 very tiny portion of the population who has a disproportional influence on democratic politics purely because they are the ones who are strategic about how they're pushing their messaging. There are a lot more people in the world that don't agree with this. But if you choose, because this is a choice, no one is forcing you to do anything. If you choose to become authoritarian, you are going to hand them every single win that they could possibly want. So you have two choices. You can become a reactionary authoritarian, which will absolutely accomplish nothing and inevitably lead to you losing, or you can learn what they think and how they go about things and get strategic about how you're interacting with them. But you have to want to learn that. I've already seen you in the chat saying, I can't do this. I'm just a soldier. No, you can do it. But I will help you do it if you want to learn, but you have to make the choice to do it. If you don't make the choice to do it, then nothing I say or do will matter at all.
To the Sage Handbook, you drew a little on Rosemary Hennessy's work in Profit and Pleasure, and I take it implicitly Agnes Heller's in the background here as well, to think about the historicization of needs under capitalism, to develop a concept that you refer to as outlaw needs, as a driving force for existing in marginal relationships to contemporary capitalism. I'm curious how this sense of illicit or negated desire relates to the project of antisocial reproduction that you're developing, and how the historicization of need and desire relates to the historicization of experiences of misery under capitalism that Werner referred to. In some ways, this could be developed in reference to the earlier questions and discussions of psychoanalysis in relationship to capitalism as well. Thank you.
You have to unmute yourself, Amy.
Classic. Thank you, Joe. That's a great question. Yeah, how do we know what we need? And I think maybe antisocial reproduction will be, it's a project in process, but it will be hopefully a way to think about what's not even recognized as reproductive work. We all might think of reproductive work as work in the first place, and that essay, The Logic of Gender, makes an excellent point, I think, in insisting on calling reproductive work reproductive activities, in order to, remind us all of the point that it's not actually labor, it's not socially validated as labor. But yes, our project is an attempt to think about maybe what we might call doubly dissociated forms of reproductive activities. And I'm thinking of things like the experience of abuse, or the work that goes into recovering from gendered forms of abuse, perhaps. And I think ties to lots of questions, but questions that feminist and queer theory has long explored, relating to desire, to how our desires are shaped, to maybe even the idea of the split subject. But to bring it back to Hennessy's idea of outlawed needs, there's a great study by Sam Solomon, which I think you know, Joe, but perhaps others don't. It's called Lyric Pedagogy and Marxist Feminism, which is a study of how feminist poets, mainly in Britain after 1945, were exploring in their work the existence of and perhaps the antagonism of what we might call outlawed needs, all those experiences and miseries that are not only not socially validated as real experiences, but have to be disavowed, sublated, or denied somehow. And so I'm trying to move towards, and I think this will probably be a project after this project, a way to think about how those things relate to value, or how we can how we can connect a critique of value to critiques that we might say depend on what Beverly Best calls a neutral concept of ideology. So that would be the kind of critiques that emerge from cultural studies or from Stuart Hall's work, perhaps. That would be a good example. So yeah, it's very much something I'm thinking about. If you have anything to add to that, Joe, I'd be interested, or perhaps we could talk about this afterwards. But yeah, I'm not sure if others have.
Yeah, we had two more. Eric, John, and Pavlos. Pavlos, you want to go next? You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, I thought it was Eric, John. Yeah, okay. Hi, yeah, thanks a lot, everyone, for interesting talks. I just caught something that Werner said, and I wanted to ask something about that, because if I heard it right, I think Werner said at some point, politicization is a way of moving forward in terms of struggles and stuff like that. And I just wanted to ask what exactly is meant by that. How is, like, what is politicization, and how does one escape from the formal side of politics? And I mean that in the sense that, you know, recent years, many of the struggles that have happened have been quite powerful precisely because they have avoided the official or the formal category of politics, which is one understood as, you know, the kind of the classical mediation that happens through political parties in parliament, mass media, trade unions, and many of the struggles that have happened in the last few years have gone much beyond that. So I was just wondering how exactly Werner defines politicization and how it relates to that kind of question of like formal politics and non-formal politics. And if it's not that, because I'm pretty sure Werner doesn't mean that, why is politicization the right term? Thank you.
Should I answer that? No? Yeah? Okay. Look, the answer has to go a little bit in roundabouts. It can't be that direct, as it were. No? It has to look first at the character of political economy. And I give you a quotation, and the quotation is from Adam Smith. He defines political economy as a branch of the science of the legislator and statesman, i.e., he defines it as a political science, not as a science of the invisible hand, not as a science of entrepreneurship or whatever else it is. He defines it as a political science.
That sounds like a great idea, said the cat.
Of the political. In a way, I guess the character of the political is to prevent in the society, the economy, bloodshed and disorder, and to form characters so that the self-interested person does not, as it were, sabotage the production of
abortion is never going to this is exactly like listen, you can never force people to believe something. The only thing that you can do is gently guide them in that direction and to try to make that option seem more appealing. And so if you bring down the hammer and say, no, hang on, no, you cannot do this ever for any reason. Sorry. That's not going to work. No, this is exactly right, though. This is exactly right. And I'm happy to help like walk you guys through this because I think that these are important conversations to have because there aren't a lot of people teaching you how to actually do this. You have to like people run towards things that make them feel good. They run away from things that make them feel bad. I know that sounds like an oversimplification, but it is very often missed. They run towards things that make them feel good. They run away from things that make them feel bad. And so if you are in their face saying, no, I'm going to outlaw this and you just can't do it and that's going to be the way it is and I'm going to be an authoritarian and you don't get any say, that's not going to make anyone feel good, right? You want them to want to not abort their children. You don't want them to like, you know, run and rebel to have an abortion just because you told them no. So this is exactly right. Abortion will always exist. It will always exist, whether or not it's like, you know, and the ideal for me is like safe, legal, and rare. And I think that's what most people want. And I think that's what most people would get behind. But most people would also opt for abortion with no limits over no abortion. You know what I'm saying? So you got to find other ways to get people to move in the direction you want them to move. It doesn't matter. Brian, it makes no difference. Your personal feelings about whether or not it is a clump of cells or a human makes no difference. No one is going to force you to have an abortion. No one's going to force you to violate whatever perspective that you have. But that does not give you the right to force your world view onto other people. Well, then you should not have an abortion, Brian, but why are you forcing your worldview onto other people? I promise you, when you are pushing abortion bans, you're saving exactly 0 babies. You're saving 0 babies, and we all know this. You are saving 0 babies. So if the goal is to save babies, no, it is not reality. It is not, because I don't agree with you. I do not share your worldview. And I'm going to be honest, Brian, people like you and how you push your worldview onto other people do not make me want to be on your side. I will never be a pro-lifer because of bullshit like this. I'm telling you that right now. And I know how horrifying the far left view on abortion is. I know. I've seen it directly myself. But I would rather side with them over you every single day of the week. Because you are being an authoritarian and trying to force your world view on me. And this is why you will lose. I just don't know what is so hard about this to understand. I really, really don't. Stop trying to legislate your world view.
Of his or her competitor, does not monopolize prices, does not do cutthroat competition, but competes only in order to facilitate the dynamic of wealth, which is a dynamic of ever-increasing labor productivity. And the political is required, the statesman is required, the legislator is required, the state is required in order for this character, for this entrepreneur, for the butcher, the baker, and the brewer, I think it is, in Adam Smith, to work towards only one thing, to compete on the basis of...
The socialists would not force anyone to get abortions. That is not what would happen. What they would do is they would encourage it. They would make it socially acceptable. They would make it a virtue signal. They would make it a club. They would give you positive incentive to get an abortion. The socialists are not going to force anyone to get an abortion. They are just going to make it as appealing as humanly possible, and they are going to make it easy. And so it will look more appealing to get an abortion than to not get an abortion. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're already doing. If the pro-life movement actually learned from them, they could really learn a thing or two about how to prevent abortion and save babies. But sadly, the pro-life movement has no interest at all in saving babies. The only thing that they have interest in is control. That's not actually the same thing that we're talking about, radical moderate. Not actually the same thing at all. And does it remind me, does China still have this policy? Does this policy still exist? Is this policy still in effect? Do they still have it? No. The answer is no, they don't. They got rid of it. So no, they would not force people to do that. I've seen exactly what they're doing, guys. I've explained it to you multiple times. It's not hard. No, it's not, because they ended it. Exactly. So you're saying they don't have the policy anymore that you are trying to unintellectually, like, ethically use to try to gaslight people into believing that your position is accurate when it is not accurate because they no longer have the policy. So no. They would not force people to do it. We have zero evidence, guys. Zero evidence. This is just your fifis showing. I can see all your fucking fifis right now, okay? We have zero evidence that the arguments that you're making are correct. In fact, we have evidence to the contrary. I can see your fifis, guys. I'm not going to coddle them. Do you think socialists believe conception and sex have any sacred quality? No, they don't. No. But there are a lot of people who don't believe that conception and sex have any sacred quality that aren't socialists. There are a lot of people that just think sex is fun. And you know what? There are times when I believe that sex can just be fun. A way to pass the time. Something to do when you're bored. Something that feels good. Not all the time. Sex can also be a thing that bonds a couple together. But saying that you don't believe that conception and sex have sacred quality is not the exclusive domain of socialists. In fact, it's how most people view sex. And then they got rid of it. Don't be ethically honest, radical moderate. I will call you out on this shit, and you can argue with me all you want, but we've already established that you're not being ethically honest. I'm not going to continue this. And then they abolished it because it doesn't align with their goals. We can keep arguing about this, or we can just keep going.
Ever increasing labor productivity. And there is the state to make sure that that is so on the basis of justice.
You didn't derail it. I derailed it. That was me.
On the basis of the rule of law.
Because I wanted to make a
morality, the morality of the entrepreneur. So these characters, the butcher and the baker and all the rest of it, are not meant to use politics.
I would not bring it up in Zoom, radical moderate. That's entirely up to you. I will slap you down in the same way I just did here.
They're not meant to violate. They're not behave as political animals.
You kind of
could there see Marx's argument about the state as the concentrated power of bourgeois society in the definition of Adam Smith. It is the concentrated power of the logic of wealth in this society. It is the concentrated power of depoliticized exchange relations. It is the concentrated power of depoliticized relations of competition. It is the concentrated power that facilitates entrepreneurship. So far, okay? Now let's look at Max Weber's definition of the state. It's the holder of the monopoly of violence. That's what it is. It is the holder of the legitimate use of violence, which is always interpreted as if the use of violence has to be legitimized. People need to accept it. But it also means that there can be no other body in society that claims political power for itself. That is illegitimate. It is the only organization that successfully claims.
They aren't. They're mostly British. British.
And by concentrating
thank you, Jane, and thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it.
Depoliticizes the conduct in society. Conduct based on the Eden of human rights, equality before the law. Let's take the best possible example: equality before the law, liberty, utility, Bentham. So far, okay. So when I said earlier in my answer that maybe it has to do with the politicization of social relations, it means, in fact, to overcome the separation between state and society, to force the state back into society, to utilize the politics in society and not letting that be absorbed and concentrated by an outside institution. Now, you mentioned earlier, by implication, the events in Greece. One can add the events in Spain, where there was also great mobilization to, as it were, prevent dispossession, to prevent people who were unable to pay their mortgage to be thrown out. Huge social organization. And that social organization prevented state actors to do what they're supposed to do, namely to evict, to dispossess. So that's what I mean by politicization of the social relations. And but the way in which the system fought back, in inverted commas, was to by imposing upon that situation conventional, normal political processes. In the case of Greece, that was the process of a referendum, and it was the process of the party, Syriza. Once the party comes onto the agenda, the question is no longer, do I not vote, or do I vote for the party that promises to use the concentrated power of the state for the benefit of those who have been dispossessed? It at once, as it were, absorbed the political into an election campaign. That it later became the party that was most successful in imposing austerity upon the people it represents is a different question. But you can see how the politicized society, the society of the squares, the neighborhoods, the assemblies, how that was absorbed, that energy, by the conventional political process that was based on the distinction between depoliticized society and politicized state, and the party as the mediator in the middle. I'll give you another example of politicization which doesn't happen. I'm working at a British-based university. Every so often, the government asks its universities to submit to them, as it were, account of productivity. Who has published what? Is that what has been published, as it were, acceptable to the existing norms of what counts to be quality work? Of course, not every work is of quality. So what do the departments do as a consequence? Of course, they do that. Their income, their institutional rationality, all of that makes the department do it. You have colleagues who are unhappy with that, but they compete for their rating, right? Rather than do what Amy said, to not participate, to be not submitting, to not, as it were, put your work onto some university server where it then exists for assessment, where the question is inclusion or not inclusion. What would the politicization of a department look like in that scenario? I don't think I need to define it for you. You can see it. It would be the refusal to participate and not the competition against each other for the better rating. Can you see what I'm after? Yeah, and that's what I meant by the politicization, to take charge of your circumstances, to challenge the conventional organization of the political, be it through the silence of administration or the silence of administration, or through the depoliticization of society for apparently political gain for those who are demonstrating. So that would be, as it were, one way to tell you, as it were, what I meant by politicization as a way of moving forward.
Very good. Thank you so much for that detailed answer. Amy, you want to also jump in?
Yeah, I was just briefly going to add to that, to what Werner was saying about the REF, as it's called, the Research Excellence Framework, where all our research is measured and funding from the state is doled out to universities in the UK based on the score that each department gets. In addition to that kind of stuff, we have in the UK the prevent policy, which I think needs bringing up here, which is a so-called counter-extremism policy that universities are obliged, they say, to enact or to abide by. And my university is now considering making all faculty undergo compulsory prevent training to learn how to monitor extremism in the university,
really?
Which of course in effect means monitoring Muslim students. And so there are contexts
it probably
like that
doesn't
too,
mean that at
think,
all,
why
actually,
don't we all,
okay.
can we not, what if we all just refuse to do this?
It probably doesn't mean that at all.
Because at the same time, of course, we've got this newsletter from the college about anti-racism in the university, and how our employers are furthering their agenda of diversity and inclusion. In the same breath, they want us to do this mandatory prevent training. I'm not sure exactly how those dynamics play out in US universities, where I think we have quite a few people who work at US universities in this Zoom at least, but that's just another example to add to that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Amy. We have a last question.
Last question, guys. We almost made it.
Participants. That's Eric John.
I know everyone's getting a little tired. I'm getting a little tired too.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the discussion. My question comes from an earlier comment that came up earlier in the discussion regarding this issue of transparency, and as it relates to the fetish character, let's say. And my question is in part derived from these various comments you find in Adorno's writings. It's sprinkled throughout Minima Moralia, but you also find it in Dialectic of Enlightenment, where Adorno is talking about the kind of breakdown of the distinction between ideology and reality. He refers to it, in a number of different sort of registers. In Dialectic of Enlightenment, it gives kind of coherence to this rationalized mimesis. It's in the culture industry essay. And my question then becomes, okay, if we sort of accept that there's something to this diagnosis, what does that mean for the fetish character of the forms of value? Does it problematize the notion that there is an obstruction of transparency, as came up earlier? Or is a quality like transparency sort of now, maybe with the diagnosis that we find in Adorno's writings after the war, is transparency something fully conducive to the fetish character of the economy itself? So just wondering how we, reconciling these two ideas. It's an open question. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Eric John. I think that goes back a little bit to what I also tried to formulate at the beginning. Good. I don't know, anyone of you could jump in maybe? It is kind of directed to all of you.
Nope, Philip's back in his kitchen.
I guess I would just ask, are the instances in which Adorno sort of makes this move refer, in the same places where he says, totality cannot be grasped, all that can be grasped is sort of, the constitution of totality. And if that's the case,
hang on. Hang on. You can avoid abortion bans if the state recognized life begins at conception. Well, not everyone agrees with that vision. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. Now, again, this is about, that's trying to legislate your worldview. How do you think people who don't agree with you are going to feel about the fact that you're trying to force that on them? I don't think that that's a good idea.
It's sort of a different question than the question of critical theory, right? Is the question of critical theory, the one, is it a question of sort of how have we created this reality? How can we transform it? And if the answer is we've created it on the basis of these social relations, and what we can see is sort of how we have created it, then what matters is transforming.
They all do look really miserable, don't they?
Seeing through.
No, because people are not going to agree with you. There is nothing that you can say that's ever going to get me to agree with you on this.
Like, contribution to
the flowery, most explanation you can. I'm not going to agree with you.
Can I come in briefly? And I don't want to check out what Adorno means and whether he says something better in that text than in that.
If pro-life people expended, half of the energy that they do trying to trick people into being pro-life when they are not, or trying to force their religious values onto people who don't want them, or trying to force their worldview onto people who don't agree with it. I'm telling you guys, if you expended like 25 to 50% of the energy on actually making having children seem appealing as you do trying to force your worldview onto people, you would actually start saving babies at that point. You would actually have results in getting people to choose having the kid over getting an abortion. And it wouldn't, like, I'm telling you, just take a slight proportion of the energy that you are spending trying to trick people or pull the wool over people's eyes or trying to force your religious values on someone, and just expend it to making it seem like a really appealing, nice option to have a kid and to raise a kid and to express those values without trying to force your religion onto people. There are some organizations that are doing that. There's not enough, and they're not actually even that well funded, so they don't actually really do a good job of it. But perhaps if you guys put more energy and focus into it than you do trying to legislate your religious values, then you would actually be able to save babies. There are people who have models on how to do this. The problem is that's not where the energy is going. The energy is going to legislating your religious values.
The text. I want to ask another question. Back to you, Arvichon. If I criticize capitalism, what do I criticize? Do I criticize the way in which the economic categories move? Do I say, oh goodness me, they ought to have moved to, I say, to the Eurozone, not to China? What do I criticize when I say, oh, there's too much profit here, there needs to be less? What is the critique of capitalism a critique about? Is it a critique of the economic categories? Or is it a critique of the social relations that assume the form of those economic categories? I guess traditional theory would say, oh, it's a critique of the way in which the economy works, in which the market works. But what critical theory wants to make transparent, I suppose, is that these things don't actually have their own logic. Their logic is the logic of social relations, of specific social relations. And in order to overcome, in order to make these categories transparent, we have to gain an understanding of the social relations that constitute and assume the form of these relations. So it's a critique of the social relations, not the critique
Fuck right
of
off,
the
Sassy.
economic categories.
Fuck right off.
And the way in
I
which
say
the
that
market
with
moves.
respect.
To put the same thing
Fuck
differently,
right
if we go to the Feuerbach thesis, I don't know how many there are, but there's only one on praxis. That's the last one. All the
That's what
others
I'm
are about
responding to.
forms of thinking. And the most important thing there, well, how does it mean to criticize God? And you can't criticize God because God doesn't, you can't criticize that what you don't see. If God really were to exist, how do we know it's a woman or a man, a beard, no beard, a nose like that or nose, we don't know. You cannot grasp the invisible. So the argument there is the only way to make the invisible, to comprehend it, is to comprehend the human social relations that assume the form of God and are cowed by what they have assumed. God. That is the only way to make God transparent on his or her own terms. Nobody knows whether God is a man or a woman. Let's assume he's a woman on her own terms. The struggle about what God means is a struggle between schisms.
When the soul inhabits the body,
between
which I don't
powers of
necessarily believe
interpretation,
happens at conception.
between that
I don't
group
believe it
and
does.
that group, in
Prove
order
it
to
does.
have God, to pursue their interests. And Marx says, no, that's not the case. Because that only is, in fact, God becomes a means through which you to address, to pursue, to express your quite specific interests. So we need to understand the interests again. Yeah? So the transparency question is not to make God transparent, but to make transparent what constitute and is lost in the appearance of social relations in the form of God. And now back to Hegel. How does the appearance appear? it appears as cowed believers. No? That's the argument. And so, the question of whether this text or that text is better, I think it's very interesting, but it's very scholastic because it doesn't really address what critique has to criticize. What is critique about? How can I make the economic category of profit transparent? By showing its necessity as a form of certain social relations. Now, I'm no longer talking about profit now. I'm talking about the social form of social relations. I'm talking about social relations. Do you follow? Do you see what I'm coming from with that?
I do, and I completely agree with what you're saying. I would just sort of ask whether or not, if we're following the sort of way in which social relations assume objective appearances, then that development of appearance, if we follow the Hegelian line, is in the transparency of necessity, right? It's the way in which our appearance, our social relations assume with a very intense and loaded with suffering, kind of transparency to them, right? Things are as bad as they seem. And we can explain sort of why it is that the economic categories or the drive or certain sort of tendencies of accumulation, of course, have their basis in social relationships. And it certainly, I would agree that the job of critical theory to make that explicit. But the question was rather whether or not there is something about the objectification of our social relationships that has itself assumed a quality of transparency, right? So that, like, you know, the sort of bar that we drink at is also the same bar we see on the cinema screen or something like this, right? So this kind of critique of mass industrial culture that we find in Adorno. But I like your answer. I definitely agree with it. I'm going to mute.
Can I just add to Werner's really excellent answer there? Thank you for that. That I think we have to go elsewhere, perhaps, to think about transparency in terms of perhaps what Denise Ferreira da Silva she theorizes transparency as the liberal subject. The liberal rights-bearing subject is the transparent subject for her. And she thinks about race in terms of affectability, on the other hand, in her book, Global Idea of Race. And Werner put it so well, so I don't want to add too much more to his point about transparency as an inversion or the objective illusion of capital's thought forms, perhaps we could call it. But yeah, this is just to maybe reiterate some earlier thoughts about how the critique of value, as we know, can't do everything, and perhaps a thinker like Denise Ferreira da Silva helps with questions about transparency in this context, or can help you think about what happens when you go to the bar.
All right, thank you, Amy. We are a little bit beyond 2 hours, and the organizers propose maybe that we should slowly wrap up. Are there any last comments from either the panelists or those who are in the Zoom meeting? Well, then let me repeat and thank Werner, Amy, and Chris for their papers and their contributions virtually. And then I am giving it back to Philip.
Well, I guess that is going to wrap up this marathon edition of Socialism Saturday. I want to appreciate you guys all for making it to the end. Congratulations, you did it. I know that back half was like, maybe it's just because I'm getting tired again because of like the coronation. That back half was a little rough, but the first half was like, we got so much good shit in the first half that I think it absolutely made it worth it. So guys, I'm going to try to make some clips of the highlight reel. That was a tough one. There was a lot of word salad, but we got through it. Very impressive. Now, I want to remind everyone that tomorrow tomorrow we are doing a Sunday special because tomorrow Red May is officially kicking off tomorrow. Red May is the channel that we were just watching with some of the farthest left socialists that you are going to find everywhere. And it's called Red May because in the month of May, they create a metric ton of live socialist content. And they're kicking it off tomorrow with this program called Stepford Daughters, which has our very favorite Abolish the Family Socialist, Sophie Lewis, on the panel. And I am going to be streaming this starting at 1:45 p.m. tomorrow. So it's going to be a little bit like I can't control the timing of their presentations, and we're going to watch it live on the channel. And if you want to go into their chat and ask them some questions, we can strategize in the chat on the best questions to ask them. It's going to be great. And so we're going to be doing that 1:45. I'm going to start the stream. They're getting started at 2 p.m. So mark your calendar because I know I don't usually stream on Sundays. And if you want to come hang out, and it actually does sound like an interesting presentation. They're basically going to go through modern horror movies like Heredity and Get Out and stuff like that. And they're going to tell us how those movies are socialist. So I actually think that this is going to be great. It's going to give us a lot of good information about kind of some subliminal messaging in movies. And once we learn how to pick it up, we can oh shit. I just got a copyright claim on my YouTube channel. That's all right. I'll deal with that later. Once we learn how to identify it in some instances, that way we can learn how to see it when it shows up in the wild. And I also want to remind everyone that if you are a supporter of my work, you can join us for movie night tomorrow in the supporter Discord at 8 p.m. We are getting started at 8 p.m. Eastern time for movie night. We are going to be watching Star Wars: A New Hope. If you are not yet in my supporter Discord, but you are a member on this YouTube channel or a paying supporter on my Substack, carlin.substack.com, or a paying supporter in my locals community, or a paying supporter on Patreon, then I will be sending out a link to the supporter Discord tomorrow, probably in the afternoon sometime. And you can come in and it's going to be part of my, for people who are on my Substack, it'll be part of my Unwoke Roundup newsletter. And that way you can get into the supporter Discord, get verified by the team of mods I have in there or by me. And then we're going to watch Star Wars: A New Hope tomorrow for movie night. We do movie nights every week at 8 p.m. on Sundays in the Discord. And it's always a great time. We do movie trivia. We hang out, we chat. It's just like I have the best community in the world. They will keep you sane, I promise. And so, Julia, thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate that. And guys, that's all I have for tonight. Thank you for spending some time with me. We'll see you tomorrow for Red May. I'm so excited. Guys, please mount that like button on your way out the door. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you are not already. And we'll see you soon. Bye.